I'm going to call the Star City Council meeting to order. It's Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 at 7 p.m. here at the Star City Council chambers. Can you please all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, and tonight's invocation, the first is going to be done by Rajan Zed, the president of the Universal Society of Hinduism. And then we're going to have a follow-up invocation by Northlander Ward Bishop Kevin Wheelock after Mr. Zed's. So is the green light on? Okay, there you go.
It is an honor to read the invocation in this great hall of democracy of the great city of Star. I shall be reading from ancient Hindu scriptures, some as old as 1500 BCE in Sanskrit, then interpret in English. I will start with Gayatri Mantra, which is the most sacred mantra of Hinduism. Om Bhur Bhuvah Swah Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who is inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May He stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamya Tamsoma Jyotirgamya Mrityor Mamratam Gamya. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara Sakto Hyacharan Karma Paramapnoti Purusha Karma Neva Hi Samsiddhi Masita Jankadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampashankar Tumrahasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha Nobunaktu, Saha Viryan Karba Bahai, Jasvi Navaditamastu, Ma Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together. May we be nourished together. May we work together with great vigor. May our study be enlightening. May no obstacle arise between us. Samni Vakuti, Samna Hirdhyani Va, Samnamastu Vo Mano, Yatha Vasu Sahasti. United your resolve, united your hearts. May your spirits be at one, that you may long together dwell in unity and concord. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zed. All right, Bishop Wheelock.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity we have to meet here in City Council. We're grateful to be in Star, to recognize our freedoms that this country provides. We're grateful for the opportunity to strive to improve each day, to be better, kinder, and more generous one to another. Please bless us that we'll make wise decisions in this meeting, that we'll be able to serve the residents of Star in a positive light, that we'll be able to make decisions that will build a better Star as a city and as a whole. We're grateful for the opportunity to live in this beautiful land. And we acknowledge thy hand in all things and say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. All right, roll call.
Hershey.
Here.
Wheelock.
Here.
Solmonson. Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. See, we have a quorum. Councilman Nielsen is excused tonight. We're going to move on to presentations. Tonight we have Compass. We're going to do an outreach. We got Executive Director Craig Rayborn with Compass here, and I think Tony should do the presentation, really. I think she does a better job. No, I'm kidding. Kidding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
So, I'm sorry, Craig. Let's make sure that, do you have the presentation? Okay. Sorry.
If not, a lot of what I'm going to say won't make sense, but hopefully that all translates. So.
Perfect. There we go.
The handout. I think we've got
There's an actual
an
presentation,
actual PowerPoint
a
presentation.
PowerPoint. I think down there on their PowerPoint, I think it got pulled up. Was it that staff one? Did it say staff? No? Brian, were you able to pull up that presentation? All right, give us a minute. Sorry. Technical difficulties.
We have a few hard copies as well that we could hand out.
Well, is it in the packet? No?
Yes, yeah, we sent it on Friday.
Yeah, if you want to hand us the hard copies there, Ms. Tony, then we can catch up, I guess, on there.
Right, when or if we get the slides working, we'll do that. For the folks in
Okay.
the audience, sorry about this, but we'll find a way to get the presentation slides on our webpage as well.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Craig.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. So, again, thank you for having me here. I'm Craig Rayborn. I'm the still relatively new executive director for Compass. I've been in the position for just a little bit over 8 months now. And so every fall we go out and we meet with staff from all of the member agencies. And then every few years we do outreach that involves meeting with the governing bodies, the councils or the boards of directors. That kind of it. That's kind of the presentation. Okay, so we're getting closer on the presentation, but you can follow along in the deck or in the handout that we just distributed. So part of why I wanted to make sure that this year we came around to meet with all of the local elected officials is because I'm new and I want to introduce myself so you all know that you can reach out directly to me with any kind of transportation or regional planning type questions or issues that you may have. So what I have in your packet, just to sort of help with that, is a slide, a map of the U.S., just kind of showing all the places over the past roughly 20, 25 years that I've worked in transportation planning. And you can see most of them are in the West or in the South. And most of my recent work has been in rapidly growing urban areas, much like the Boise area, so Las Vegas, Houston. But I've also worked with small jurisdictions, down to a population of a few hundred, all the way up to, Houston, which is one of the largest metro regions in the country. I guess I don't say next slide, or we could just scroll to the next one. Yeah, so this one is just a quick explanation of who Compass is. So we're at an association of cities, counties, highway districts, and all the other agencies around the region that plan for the future. So we're trying to look not just at what's happening now or next year and making sure that we're responding to those, but looking over the horizon 20 or 20 plus years out and making sure that our region is prepared for that. So the members of Compass are Compass. We consist, we're not a standalone agency. We consist, like I said, we're an association. So what constitutes us are the local governments around the region. And because of that, sorry, it's making it difficult to follow along, I realize. But because of that, then Compass, because of our membership, we are then this forum for regional collaboration for our region that helps maintain this healthy and economically vibrant area, offering people choices in how and where they live, work, play, and travel. And that then leads to the mission statement, which is to, the mission of Compass is to conduct regional planning, facilitate coordination and cooperation, serve as a source of information and expertise on issues affecting Southwest Idaho, and then assist member agencies in accessing funding to accomplish our local and regional goals, and basically support the communities and the agencies that make up who Compass is. So next one, let's go. Compass is governed by our board of directors. It consists mostly of local elected officials. Mayor Chadwick is our immediate past chair, and he also serves on some of our other committees. I'll get to those in a moment as well. We have 37 voting members. One of the interesting things about Compass as an association of governments, or what's called a metropolitan planning organization, is that everyone living in the region has at least one member. Most have multiple members. So residents of Star actually have three members, three agencies that represent Star. So the city of Star, Ada County, and then the Ada County Highway District all have seats on our board.
And Highway District 4, so 4.
Oh, and Highway District 4
And
too.
Cannon
Yeah,
County.
to an extent too.
Yeah.
I was thinking just of the Ada County
Yeah.
side, but yes, that's correct as well. So Compass really is structured on a committee basis, and those committees are providing technical and policy recommendations to the Compass board. So we have two policy committees. We have an executive committee and a finance committee. I'll just note that Mayor Chadwick sits on both of those as well. He's the vice chair, I think, of the finance committee. And then we also have a technical committee. We have technical committees. The primary one is called the Regional Transportation Advisory Committee. That's mostly staff, transportation-focused staff from all the local agencies. So Sean Nickel is, he's the STAR representative on what we call RTAC. And then we have a number of working groups. They reconstitute every year with specific activities that they're looking at, but they deal with things like active transportation or housing issues or demographics and some issues like that. So overall, what Compass does, these four tasks. So Compass is what's called a metropolitan planning organization. And we primarily look at trying to find ways to identify transportation needs around the region and then find ways to secure the funding to meet those needs. And we have specific responsibility for allocating most of the federal transportation funds that come to our region. So specifically what we look at to do that is conducting transportation planning, distributing those federal dollars. We provide significant amounts of technical expertise and support to jurisdictions around the region. And then this one's very important to me, is we facilitate a cooperative and collaborative process. So the main, well, let's see here. I think I inserted a couple of slides just to demonstrate some of the challenges that we know STAR is facing. So let's go ahead and scroll up here. So this is actually a 2-point slide. So if you have the handout packet, you'll see the sort of current density of households in the region. And then what's up on the screen right now is the 2055 density of population around the region. And so you can see, well, the folks with the packets, sorry everyone in the audience, but the folks, you can see how there's significant infill starting to happen between Nampa, Star, and Meridian. And Star itself geographically expands quite a bit. So that, that challenge that we know you're facing is in your area of impact right now, based on Compass's calculations, the population is around 23,000 for your segment in Ada County as well as your portion in Canyon County. Keep in mind that's the area of impact that we're talking about. And by 2055, that's going to be our projection, and it's a conservative projection, is 46,000, so doubling, which is significant in a 20-plus year period. However, we also know that the city has been looking at projections as well that are showing quite a bit more growth than that. And we're paying attention to that and making sure that the methodology that we're using for our calculations in the future is going to continue to be accurate and supportive and helpful for the city. So the next few slides I'm going to go through very
So
quickly.
can I just point something out, Craig?
Yes,
So
please.
people, just for context, the regional total, which is Ada and Canyon County, currently is 847,000. And the projection for the total of both counties is 1.3 million in 2055. So when you see STAR's growth doubling, you can see this whole region just exploding as well. So it's not a unique thing to the city of STAR.
That is correct. Yeah, I do, however, think it's concentrated more in, the growth cities, Eagle, Star, Meridian, Nampa, Caldwell. Less so in a lot of the smaller cities, although they may double in size as a total chunk of people. That doubling in size makes more of an impact in a city like Star. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So asking what can Compass, what can we do for you? So we provide, and it's in the slides, and so I'm not going to read through all of the bullet points in the slides, but we provide a seat at the table, which you can kind of try to keep up right there, but yeah, the seat at the table. So we bring all of the jurisdictions together for one regular meeting. Our executive board meets, the technical committee meets, so there's staff level regular interaction at this table talking about all the regional needs. We provide technical assistance, a variety of that. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm getting ahead of my own slides. Sorry about that. Well, we provide technical assistance. You'll get to that one in a second. We're also a regional voice. Our board met yesterday and adopted state level policy positions as well as federal level policy positions. And we'll be working as actively as possible to try to advance those during the upcoming legislative session. And I'll talk about that in a little bit as we get further into this. We're also deeply engaged with the national associations that do this kind of activity, that support organizations like ours that do these kinds of activities. So the primary one there is the National Association of Regional Councils. Mayor Chadwick is on their board of directors, so we really appreciate his support and involvement with them. We're also members of what's called AMPO. It's the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, and then the Coalition for America's Gateways and Trade Corridors, and trying to pronounce that acronym never sounds healthy, so I try to avoid it. Part of what we also do, like I know it was financial assistance, it's not just that access to federal funding, but we go through a project development program process that I'll go through in a little bit, and that helps provide resources directly to communities to be able to support their planning and project development activities. We help quite a bit with grant applications, and then we have a pretty robust understanding of federal and state requirements for funding and competitive grant applications as well, particularly those related to transportation. Like I noted, there's technical assistance that we provide. We track demographics for the region, so that involves putting together, we can roll up, that involves putting together an annual population estimate. I just showed you some of that. We do these 20 to 30 year population projections. We look at job information as well. We also help with active transportation planning. Yep, so I'll note, yeah, sorry, I'm getting ahead. There we go. Active transportation planning. We have counters that we distribute around the region that we place upon request, although right now due to a vacancy, we're not doing that. We're kind of going off season for that anyway, but as we gear up for the spring, that's something that we'll be working on quite a bit. We have a unique, relatively unique for the country, data bike where we can go out and ride the bike on multi-use trails or sidewalks and get an assessment of the quality of those so that we can start to identify needs in advance. So we're currently working on a waterways pathways plan. It's still a ways off from being done, but that's something else that we're looking at too. So one of the primary products that we produce are a whole set of regional plans. So we, a few months ago, adopted what's called the Regional Safety Action Plan. We are in the midst of completing what's called the High Capacity Transit, so planning and environmental linkages study. Rather than just calling it a plan, we're doing the first few steps of the environmental review process as well with that. So hopefully, if it doesn't, there's no funding for the implementation of a high capacity transit right now, but if we're able to secure funding, we'll be farther along in the process, so we'll be able to accelerate what it is we'd be able to deliver for the region. We're involved with a number of connectivity studies. Of particularly interest right now is the Northwest Canyon County study. It's really North Canyon, but that involves Star, Middleton, and connection to the north to I-84. So we're paying a lot of attention to that. We're actually doing most of the modeling, the travel demand modeling for that project as well. We're also looking now at we're in the midst of a resilience plan for the region. So we're looking at potential impacts of a variety of hopefully low probability, but those things can be pretty high risk and have significant impacts. But natural disasters that could influence the transportation system, sometimes permanent, actually causing damage, sometimes more operational. But the resilience plan is going to be looking at those. And then the primary plan that we put together, and all of these kind of that we're doing that I just went through, kind of nest within this bigger concept of this regional long-range transportation plan. Ours is called Communities in Motion. The next slide shows sort of what we call the vision for that plan. So this map is showing what the region is anticipated to look like. This is still from the data I showed earlier is from the plan that is currently under development. This map is showing what is currently approved in our transportation plan. So it's a 2050 estimate, but the darker the color is indicating essentially the density of activity, and that means housing and jobs. But we put this plan together every 5 years. We're about 2 years from having this current iteration, the new one ready, and we'll be starting on the next one before we even finish the new one. There's a whole bunch of needs and requirements and steps to make these things turn out the way that we want them to. And so that's really important that it's a big focus of what we're doing. So these long-range transportation plans, they look 20 plus years out. They are based on significant public involvement. So we really want to make sure that we're hearing from stakeholder and public, meaning the broad set of anyone who has an interest in the transportation system. So we're talking with stakeholders, staff, and the general public as well. And we'll go out around the region to try to get feedback on the plan as the actual document itself starts to take shape. It includes a forecast of growth that I've already shown you. It really focuses on a multimodal transportation system, and that's more than just the modes, but it's also the purposes of transportation. So we're looking at needs like freight, which isn't really a mode, but it's a primary activity that happens with transportation. So we're trying to look at the full picture of the transportation system and identify the needs of a system that would be able to address that. One of the requirements for these long-range transportation plans also is that they be fiscally constrained, which means that we do a projection based on current funding availability of what will be available for transportation system in the future. And then we have to constrain the plan to that total amount. But at the same time, our region has identified significant needs above and beyond the funding that we think is going to be available. And so there's a big gap there, but we also identify what we call unfunded needs as well. So the broad primary goals that are identified in the regional transportation plan right now, it's focusing on improving safety, enhancing economic vitality, improving convenience, and then ensuring ongoing quality of life for the region. So to accomplish those, we have this set of potential funded improvements that we look at. So, the basic activity of just maintaining what we currently have is really important. And the reason that's first is because for many, many, many years, transportation plans didn't look at what it takes to maintain the system. And so that's something that we try to stay on top of. We have a lot of safety projects. We have bridge rehab projects. We have what's called intelligent transportation systems. So the things that try to help the system move better, work better. Those tend to focus more on the freeway system and the big highways, but they're an important activity as well. Public transportation, bicycle and pedestrian projects, travel demand management, which is finding alternative ways for people to take trips or encouraging things like combining two destinations into one trip and saving the inconvenience and the burden on the system of that additional travel. The plan also includes a number of studies and other plans and special projects that we can look at to prepare for the future as we start to identify particular gaps or needs in what we know or don't know. And then, of course, roadway expansion is always a part, especially in regions like ours that are growing so rapidly. So let's talk about the unfunded needs for a second. So we've got needs in our region for transit, relating just to expanding existing transit, high-capacity transit, which would get a significant number of cars off of the road and improve traffic mobility as well. A whole bunch of road projects that we have a future need for, but we don't currently have the resources, or we haven't identified the resources for those. Regional pathways, and then maintenance. Even though we plan for it, there's always a shortfall. Most cities have some amount of deferred maintenance, and we want to make sure that we're on top of that so that we can try to move those forward as well. So overall, our current plan identifies a total of $16.5 billion of transportation needs over the next 20 plus years. We project having just over 11 billion available on our current streams, assuming that they stay in place as they are right now. And that gives us a pretty significant shortfall of $5.4 billion, which works out annually to about 193 million that the region could and should be investing in transportation, but there's not adequate funding to do that. So what that led us to is, as I noted, our board just yesterday approved our 2026 state legislative strategy, where the primary priority, the top paragraph in that is about increasing revenues. The second one is about addressing the growth impacts. Our strategy as we move into this session is going to involve quite a bit of active engagement, and that will include what we're currently calling a regional legislative summit, where we're going to invite the entire Treasure Valley delegation sometime in early December to talk about transportation needs for the region, what the board has identified as its priorities, and then some potential small incremental changes that we think could be most impactful to try to advance those positions. Then another activity that we're going to undertake this coming legislative session is a statewide reception hosted by us, but we're inviting all of the MPOs, the Metropolitan Planning Organizations around the state, to participate. So that way, hopefully we'll be able to build support for needs that specifically affect the urban parts of the state as well. That'll be early in the session. And like I said, it's really going to focus on those urban areas. And overall, we anticipate our strategy this year to focus on some incremental changes and activities to try to make a bigger impact. We just think that's probably the best strategy for this upcoming session. So next, I want to talk about what we call the resource development program. So this is basically the efforts that we undertake to identify all of the future projects around the region, and it's a full spectrum of activities. So it ranges from studies that can identify future projects. And we've done a few of these in the past 4 or 5 years for STAR. And it goes through an application process. There are a number of projects that'll come in that, well, a couple things that we'll try to do with this. So we'll be trying to take those unfunded projects and further refine them. But the things that we actually pay for are selected from applications from our member agencies and a little bit from Compass as well, just needs that we know we need to be looking at as well. And we have 2 primary types of projects that we select. One is funded from the dues of our member agencies, where we make small grants back out to agencies to be able to conduct either studies or in some instances, small implementation activities as well. These are limited to around 25,000, and so you can't do a whole lot with those for actual transportation projects, but sometimes, particularly some of the smaller communities can really benefit from those. And then we have others where we go out and we're soliciting projects that we can conduct planning studies for that are really focused on the specific needs of an individual community instead of the regional needs that we tend to look at on our own. And then we provide a bunch of services to help with this too. So we can write the grant, or we can support your writing of the grant. We can provide data to help with that, and we can also review. We can do letters of support. We can help coordinate letters of support. Depending on the grant source, those letters of support can sometimes make a pretty big impact. And then part of our legislative strategy as well this year is going to involve building up some tighter relationships with the delegation in DC, so that we'll be able to reach out to them to hopefully get their support in helping to advance some of the applications from around the region. So right now, that first phase, we're doing 2 this year, but that first phase of that is underway right now. So if there are projects that STAR is considering, remember that the deadline for that is November 19th. So it's about a month away. And it can be any type of transportation project, and we'll be happy to talk about how to frame things and how to turn those into something that's useful, and hopefully can be successful, be selected. So next, just noting that Compass is really my goal as the new executive director is to try to improve everything that we touch. So we want to try to find ways to accelerate the timing of projects so they can happen faster, to find additional funding resources so we can do more around the region to ensure that things stay on track. Because really, translating the plan, which is primarily our name, our organizational type is a planning organization. But we want to make sure that the plans that we put together are actually translated into actions, go through the process of funding and construction so that the region and the residents actually end up seeing those benefits. So over the years, we've been successful in funding really big projects down to relatively small projects. And even the one that's showing right there's a slide on it coming up here, but it's still about a $4 million project. So that wasn't really one of the smallest, but there are some sidewalk repairs that we've been able to pay for around the region as well. So one that we'll really note that we're pretty happy with is the State Highway 16, the new highway segment. First showed up in our plans in 2006, was first funded, we first started to talk about it in 2006, was first included in the Transportation Improvement Program, which is this 4-year, essentially our capital improvement plan at the regional level. In 2018, construction started in 2022, and we're still anticipating it opens to the public in 2027 and should have quite a bit of an impact on STAR. So it's a long process. I am going to be actively seeking ways that we can speed those things up. Because, like I said, we're trying to add value to everything that we touch. But it is the planning process, the federal requirements, all that kind of stuff. We want to help navigate it, but it can take a while. And because Compass doesn't actually do any of the construction, we can sort of nudge and encourage and monitor and report, and then have behind-the-scenes conversations where we're really trying to push and make things happen. Another one of our recent successes that I think is kind of relevant here, given the way that STAR is developing, is the pedestrian bridge that we helped plan for the city of Eagle. And like, it's one of those examples of something that it was expensive for us, a $4 million project. But we started the concept report in 2016. The bridge was actually opened in 2023. So it happened relatively quickly. And that's something that, those types of projects are other things that we can work on. We're actually helping Ada County in Garden City area right now on something similar. We're through the planning phase and they're into trying to figure out exactly how to get it implemented and constructed. And I talk with them regularly now about how to move that forward. So I'm down to the summary slides now. So overall, just noting that we're here to help. These are the things we do, really focus on, just looking at that future system, trying to save lives from the transportation system as well. We facilitate those regional discussions. We find ways to fund the projects. We collect, analyze, develop, understand, use, and display data. We connect the local planning activities to provide with the regional activities that we're doing. We try to provide a wide range of free training and educational resources. And then annually, we recognize transportation excellence around the region. So achievements from great projects, plans, and activities that our member agencies or others around the region that may not be members have been able to accomplish in the past year. So the big summary, just noting, note that Compass is STAR. I mean, Compass is you guys and all of the other local governments. We have this comprehensive transportation plan for the future. That plan calls for a complete transportation system. So we're not just looking at cars or transit or bikes or trucks or whatever. We're trying to look at the whole system because they all interact and they all involve moving people. We have this budget, that fiscally constrained estimate of what everything will cost, as well as these identified unfunded needs. And then we're very much driven by public input. There's almost nothing that we will ever put out that doesn't have some kind of public review as part of that process. So that basically is the end of the presentation. There's a couple more slides. I'll just note, if you thought this one was a fun, long, roughly 25, 30 minutes before the mayor pulls me off, we do a real in-depth training for new elected officials as well as current elected officials and staff. We'll have 2 of those in January. Training. It's just that we'll put the date, or we'll just conduct them at different times so that hopefully more people can get there. So that basically concludes my comments. So thanks for your time. My contact information is on the last slide and it's in your packet as well. And I'm happy to field any questions or
Any questions for Craig?
later on after.
Jennifer?
I'll just say one thing. I believe that the city, we've used Compass for a few of our projects. We did the Greenbelt study just this last year that Compass helped us with. And then from that information, I think is how we got the bridge.
Yeah,
Some of that information.
That was through LTAC, the bridge was, but that's the
But it
reason why we're
helped.
getting it.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
So we try to identify the need and then we actually work
Put it together.
with LTAC to identify that bridge program and then
Yeah.
make that happen.
And then also the master pathway plan. Did we get some support on that?
I think
from
that was part of
Compass also?
our other stuff that helped us with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We did another
A
one.
lot of the
another
planning.
one from a couple years ago was Safe Routes plan
Yep.
to the middle school.
Yes.
Yeah, they
Yep.
helped,
Yep.
they helped us secure that grant to help us get that route school done, and it was a surprise, I think, to all of us when it was awarded because it seemed like several years after the fact it was on there. So
We never forget a good idea.
no, it was awesome. And just, I just want to point out, you have how many, 20 staff?
Yeah, just under 20.
Just under 20?
Yep.
And Tony right over here and Meg and Amy seem to be the wheels of that do a lot of the work. It seems, well, they got staff and Craig, but these ladies always are doing stuff.
I do want to credit a lot, yeah, Tony, and I went through that project development process, resource development program rather. Tony leads that and her team, and so that she covers all, she knows all of our transportation projects that are underway in the region.
Yep.
And I guess I would encourage the public, if they're interested in any long-range planning, to go to your website, and there's tons of information and ways to get involved, and surveys and work groups and all of that. So lots of info.
Thank you for the plug.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
We
Thank
get
you.
plugs. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Gary, to Compass for coming out here. We're going to move on to item 4B. We have Mr. Matt here with the Historical Committee. We got a time capsule presentation, right? That we're going to do. And I think Sean is our staff liaison with this. So did you want to say anything to that or?
Well, first, it's an honor to be here addressing you all, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us. Historic Committee is awesome. We're trying to do what we can to remember, preserve history as it is now. And so we can look back and however many years, remember what it was like, see what town was all about. I know I remember it from way back when, and hopefully projects like this and a few others that we have planned coming up this year and next year will do just that. It would be, I think in the course of this project, we gathered, I want to say 60 or 70 letters from the community. I think some of you guys got letters for us as well. Local businesses donated items to this project, and yeah, we're just excited to seal it. Hopefully it can be sealed and have a permanent home here in City Hall, and it'd be cool. So planning for transportation is awesome. It's going to be cool. So we're going to see the results in 2050, like the plan says. Well, this hopefully will be opened in 2050 as well. July 4th, 2050. That's when the close date is. So 2050, we should have some cool roads, and we'll be able to remember what it was like in 2025.
You might be in a flying car by then.
It's possible. I know we have some letters that were pretty interesting. A lot of folks, it was deeply personal. A lot of people didn't want us to read the letters, and that was a-okay. So we got their letters put into their time capsule, and that's okay. So, and I wrote all about spaceships and local pizzeries and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So
I put a pocket constitution in there from the city of Star from today. So hopefully they remember it in 25 years,
oh, they will.
right? Like the city always does.
Oh, you'll be there to crack that.
That's 25 years. I'll be lucky
You got
to
it.
be there.
You'll be just fine. I know you-
And the historical committee's done some other things too. How many oral histories have we done with some of our seniors in the community and long serving families? Do you remember?
Yeah. We have
20
done,
something?
I think 2 iterations of the project.
Yeah.
And we've interviewed, I want to say 20 or 30 different folks from around this area who've been here.
Yeah, the families have been
Forever.
here forever and it's awesome to get that history of what they remember it. And we're starting to lose some of those folks. And so it's very nice to have their oral history there and got that done in time so we can preserve that for a long time, which is great.
And you can view all those obviously on the City of Stars YouTube channel. There's also a kiosk in the library that houses all of those, and the library has been awesome working with us to get that set up. And so you can go there, check them out, rent some headphones, and just listen to the history, immerse yourself in the value of this place, and really learn about what this place was before it became what it is now. So.
Yep. And then we do have, if everybody's aware, we purchased some property last year down by the River House. We do have an old house that's going to be converted into our history museum where a lot of this stuff is going to be housed, which is going to be great here in the future.
Star artifacts, signage.
Yeah.
It should be awesome. We're gonna do a good job with it. I know we
Yep.
will.
Awesome. Anything else there, Sean?
No, I'm ready for you to seal this thing
Well,
now.
I'm supposed to seal it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Backside of the ceiling. We have the backside taken. Good.
Put it in Nielsen's spot. Thank you. All right, very cool. Thank you so much. We got our police chief here to do his report to the public for September's activities, I guess, right?
Notable events.
Notable events.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Good evening. I am Tim Haynes. I'm the Chief of the Star Police Department. If we start at the beginning, we'll see we have 171 offenses reported for the year 2025 up to this date. Moving down to crime. Before we go any further than that, I'd like to direct everyone to the top right corner.
Hey, chief, can you pull that microphone a little bit closer? Because it's not picking up online very good.
How's that?
That's better. Thank you.
I'd like to refer everyone to the top right corner where it lists the types of crimes that fall under each category. We've had 11 person crimes, 2 property crimes, and 9 society crimes for the month of September. Before I move on, I want to point out the 11 crimes, if you would mind, just bring it down. There you go. The 11 crimes is a little misleading. So when we report these crimes to NIBRS, to the federal government, it's listed by offense, which means how many victims we have. Of those 11, 4 came from this same exact incident at Freedom Park, where 4 people determined they were victims of each other. It was basically 4 people decided they didn't want to get along. So it lists as 11. Reality, I'd say it's closer to 7. It's just a quirk in the way we have to report these incidents. Police activity for the month, 368 calls, 1,862 proactive policing incidents. That is a 19% or almost 19% increase over this time last year, and it is a 5-to-1 ratio. For every 1 call that we're receiving, the deputies are going out and finding 5 things to do, whether that's, checking out with cars in the middle of the night, doing traffic stops, checking property, just trying to find problems before they happen. Under select call types, I'd like to direct you to location checks and traffic stops. Both of those are increases over this time last year, and they both, I think, demonstrate the fact that, we believe in a proactive policing model. The deputies are finding time to go out and look for problems again before they occur. We had a big jump in arrests last month. We went from 2 to 16, and of those 16, 25% of those had drug-related charges associated with them, whether that's marijuana, methamphetamine, or paraphernalia. Going to citations, we had 76 citations total. Of those 76, 16 of those were misdemeanors. So they were criminal citations that deputies were handing out. And then finally, our code 3 response times was well below what our goal is of 4 minutes. We were at 2 minutes and 23 seconds. It's pretty fast. Going outside the city limits, which is a lot harder for us to predict where we're going to be headed, it's 14 seconds, slightly over what our goal is, but we can't often control how far outside city limits we're responding to these calls. They're going to send the closest deputy, and if that's Star, then Star will have to respond. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Wheelock?
So you've been here a month. We're glad to have you. That's a lot of arrests in your first month.
Well, to be clear, Chief Deputy Hessing had a big role in that.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he didn't start officially until October 1. So this is September's report.
Oh, perfect.
I will. So is Luna, because the drug arrests are going out more, and Luna's playing I would assume a big part in that, because that's a lot of our pop team doing that kind of stuff, correct?
Correct. I mean, they handle a lot of any community issues, directed patrol, which is basically if we have a home that needs to be watched, something like that, or traffic within a specific neighborhood, that's what they will handle. And then Luna's specific function is to find drugs.
Yep. That's great. Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Any further questions of Chief? All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to 5, consent agenda.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilwoman.
I just have one question before I make the motion. In the claims, I noticed there was one item for a membership that I didn't recognize. I was just curious, EMCR for an annual membership. Oh, yeah, sorry. EMCR. I don't know if that's like maybe a,
I know that's,
It-
I don't have my sheet
maybe,
here.
yeah, and I looked in the budget. Maybe
Yeah, I'll
there's a
look
new
in the-
one a new one. I was just curious what it was, so.
Okay.
If you let me know what that is, that'd be great, but,
Yep.
all right, I will make a motion to approve, the consent agenda. It's just consisting of item 5A, the approval of claims, and 5B, approval of minutes for October 7th, 2025.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Salmonson,
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to item 6, the public hearings, which I think everybody's here for. Our first public hearing tonight is the Trailmark Station subdivision annexation and zoning. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of the process here. If you want to speak at a public hearing, please make certain that you sign up on the sheets in the back on the table. Even if you don't want to speak and either you support it, don't support it, or neutral, you can still put it on there so you're on record as such. I will open the public hearing. I'm going to ask the council if there's any ex parte contact or communication. The staff will then present the application. The applicant has up to 20 minutes to present their project. The council can ask the applicant and staff questions during that time frame and thereafter. And then we'll get into public testimony, which is 3 minutes per person. The applicant will have a rebuttal time of 10 minutes. Council can ask the applicant and staff additional questions, and I will close the public hearing. The council will then deliberate, and a motion is either going to be made to approve with conditions, deny, or table the application to a date certain in the future. And I think, Ryan, is that working for okay, so that'll be our clock right there, so you're aware of your time up there. With that said, I'm going to ask it is, what time is it? 7:52. I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the council if they have any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project.
None.
No.
No.
Hearing none. Sean, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, I'll review where we are at with this project. This is a continuation of your original public hearing on April 15th of 2025. Council originally reviewed the request for annexation along with a planned unit development and private streets for the Starling Meadows subdivision. The conceptual plan at that time for the PUD included 345 residential lots, including single-family and clustered or courtyard type homes with a density of 2.66 dwelling units per acre. Also included in that PUD was one commercial lot in order for the development to meet the intent of the planned unit development ordinance. Council tabled the application indefinitely and requested that the applicant revise the application to better meet the intent of the South of the River Plan, submit a preliminary plat with the application, coordinate with ACHD on the east-west collector road, remove the private streets, and work with the irrigation district and the neighboring property owners on transition to the adjacent agricultural uses. The applicant has revised the application request for the approval of the original annexation and zoning to the R-3-DA with the development agreement and the preliminary plat. The applicant has removed the planned unit development with the courtyard homes and the commercial lot and the private streets. The preliminary plat includes 293 single-family detached lots and 74 common lots with a reduced density of 2.26 dwelling units per acre. The applicant has been coordinating with the neighboring property owners and the irrigation district, and they will give you an update during their presentation. New legal noticing and site posting has been updated for this new public hearing. The updated applications have been reviewed for compliance with the Unified Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. Items for consideration this evening include fencing and transition to the neighboring properties, irrigation district concerns, and the development agreement conditions that will come out of this public hearing.
You do have some late exhibits in front of you, including agency letters from the city engineer, fire district, and the Star Sewer and Water District. And we have a letter from one of the neighbors. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of approval included in your staff report. Again, the location of this project is on the north side of Joplin Road, east of Canada Road, west of Star Road. This is a picture of the conceptual plan that was before you back in April. And a plan of the new plan, which is included with the preliminary plat application. That's all staff has.
Okay, any questions of staff at this time? Okay, hearing none, then the applicant, I forgot to mention, when you're up here, when you're testifying, please state your name and address for the record. You can come. You don't have to wait. State your name and address for the record as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Bauer. My address is 601 West Bannock in Boise. Here tonight on behalf of the applicant Toll Brothers. We do have engineers from Kittleson and Associates and Kimley Horn tonight if there are any traffic or civil questions that I can't answer. We are here tonight seeking the council's approval of the Trailmark Station community. As Sean mentioned, we were before you in April to present this project originally. This council directed revisions, which we've made. And in short, those revisions include reducing the density of the project, removing the request for the PUD, and the request for the private roads. So before you tonight are two applications. First, annexation and zoning to R3. Second is for a preliminary plat for 293 single-family homes. And this project will have a development agreement to guide future development of the project. We have reviewed the staff report and the analysis. We agree with staff's recommendation and all of the conditions of approval. So this property is located on the northeast corner of Joplin and Canada. Property is outlined in red on this slide. It's 129.5 acres. It is in the Eureka Water Company's service area, and there are two Eureka facilities on the property. So in the northeast corner is the Eureka Main Canal, and in the southwest corner is the Eureka South Lateral. Both of those facilities will be left open as community amenities and also to sort of embody the rural character that the south of the river sub-area plan requires. To the north of the property is the Boise River, and to the south of the property are some recently approved residential projects. Joplin Rim, Beacon Crossing, Star Point, Oak Lawn, and then Kitty Corner is the Inspirato project. So touching on annexation real quick, annexation is appropriate under the circumstances here. The owner has consented to annexation. We are contiguous to the city limits and we are within the city's area of impact. Annexation in this case is also, I think, orderly development because we do have similar residential projects immediately adjacent that are developing, and because of those, we have utilities that have already been extended to the site. So moving to zoning, we are requesting the city's R3 zone for this property. And to be clear, I know there was a lot of discussion in April about modifications to the zoning standards. We aren't requesting any modifications. This project will comply with all of the standard R3 zoning requirements. R3 is appropriate in this case because our property is designated on the south of the river sub-area plan with two different designations. On the east side is the neighborhood residential, and on the west side is the estate residential. In addition to the south of the river concept plan, the map, the flume, we are also in what the plan refers to as the River Valley West neighborhood. And this neighborhood description is on the right-hand side of this slide, and it kind of instructs how this area is supposed to develop out. It says, moving west we're supposed to transition from neighborhood residential to estate residential and larger lots. So this is the primary revision we've made to the plan since April, is we really have gone and looked at the south of the river plan and embodied it here on our plat. So we divide this project up into essentially two areas. On the east side of the project, we have what we're calling the traditional neighborhood residential. It's shown in blue. It's 30% of the total area, or 40 acres. And the total density there would be 2.9 units per acre. And then as we transition to the west per the plan, we've got the estate residential concept. So this is 70% of the property, or 90 acres. And the density there is below 1.98. I do want to highlight that in the northwest corner of this property, you see the 13 estate lots. Those are large 1 acre estate lots to sort of, again, bring that south of the river plan to life. So real quick on zoning compatibility, we think this project is compatible, namely because it does sort of embody the south of the river plan. So as long as I think we're following the comprehensive plan, we should be compatible. But just to kind of show what the areas around us have been zoned, we do have R4 DA and R3 DA to our south. Here is the plat that we've proposed. So this is the amended plat. You can see the changes in the table on the upper right there, but in total, 314 lots, 21 common lots, 293 buildable lots. So gross density has gone from 2.6 to 2.2. In line with the city's south of the river plan and just your standard comprehensive plan, we are trying to provide, again, a sort of a mix of housing here. We have 4 different housing types. The estate lots that I mentioned in the northwest corner, there are 13 of those with an average lot size of 1 acre. And then we have the Riverbend lot type, which are the blue lots. And again, these are sort of embodying the residential character, the rural character. These are large lots, average lot size of 11,764. And there are 60 of those lots. In the middle are the Brookside lot type, slightly smaller, 8,364 square foot average lot size. And then transitioning into that neighborhood residential to the east are the Magnolia lot types. These are lots that are on average 7,400 square feet. Trailmark Station will be an 8-phase project. Phases 1 through 7 will be developed by Toll Brothers. And phase 8, the estate lots, will be retained by the current property owner, the Dancers. We'll own those and develop or sell them, as they see fit. They're here to testify tonight. They can speak to that. We would anticipate that phase 1 would be final platted in 2027, with residents likely to be living in the community in the middle of 2028. Again, Kittleson and Associates prepared a traffic impact statement for this project. This slide's really just intended to show some of the roadway network improvements that will be made by the project. Joplin Road, our frontage, we will dedicate right-of-way and construct half collector road with detached sidewalk. We'll also be constructing an east to west collector, brand new, on the north side of the project. Bush Wren is the name of that street, and it does provide east-west connectivity for that south of the river area.
Can I ask you a question just real quick on that?
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to clarify. I see that it shows it here, but on the preliminary plat one that you had prior, it shows cul-de-sacs at both ends. So I want to make sure if we're doing cul-de-sacs that we have the easements all the way to the property line for the full length of that road.
Mayor Chadwick, yes, that's correct. And that is a condition from ACHD that we'll comply with. So the right-of-way will extend all the way to the boundary line.
Okay.
We're showing on this map as well, just south of that collector, which you're speaking of, you can see that little tiny blue line. That's a second stub street that will provide sort of local road connectivity in addition to the collector.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to ask a question? You can ask questions if it comes up in here, sorry, and it doesn't impact your 20 minutes.
Absolutely. Love to get questions.
So that, what are we calling that road on the north side?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Wheelock, we're calling that Bush Wren right now.
So Bush Ran, on what I saw, there it is, goes from here down and has a cul-de-sac.
So, yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Is there a way to bollard that off until it's a through road? So that there's kids not going down there and spinning cookies in the middle of the night? It seems like a waste of a road if it goes nowhere. That's something that we,
I'm going
Close
to answer,
off.
I'm going to answer that real quick for you. I think fire requires that to be a cul-de-sac for turnarounds.
there's nothing down that road at all.
That's. You want to, sorry, we're gonna get fire in there.
What we'd have to do is we'd have to relook at that. A lot of times because of the number of houses that they do have to have additional entrances and exits out of that. So anywhere that we can have an additional road or access always works. We can always, look at that. And if there is potential that we're having problems, we can address it at that.
Yeah, there's just nothing down there but a canal. You can't fight a fire across a canal, and it just seems like an empty road that's gonna cause problems.
I can relook at that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Wheelock.
I didn't call on you.
I know you
Go
didn't.
ahead.
Ryan Morgan, your city engineer. Typically, anytime you've got roads that are stubbing for future extension, ACHD will require type 3 barricades at the end of these. And those are those big red and white metal signs that block the entire length. And they'll put both those on the end of the road and on the end of the sidewalks.
Right.
So that typically is more effective than just a bollard would be.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
It's okay. And Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Wheelock, I think I understand your concern, and you're saying, could we bollard it basically just as we get past our other local street? So I guess two things, and I'll get to this. We do have some amenities down at the end of that road, our dog park, which I think we would like people to be able to drive to and park. But if ACHD were supportive of a bollard or some type of temporary restriction there, and that's what the council wanted to see, we would be amenable to that. But obviously it is ACHD's road when we plot it.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so real quick, just again, back on the transportation slide, property does take access from Joplin. You can see that at the letter A there that's circled, and that is aligned with the future mid-mile collector Beacon Ridge. A lot of transportation improvements going on in this area from the transportation agencies, ITD, ACHD. We have positive reports and comment letters from both those agencies, and we're, again, supportive of all the conditions that they've imposed. Turning to open space, this project has a significant amount. So over 40 acres, 129 are open space. Of those 40, around 32 are qualified or usable open space under the city code. So 25% of the property will be qualified open space, which exceeds the 15% standard.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's actually in this area, it's 20% when you read the South River plan. So you exceed that, but I want to make sure everybody understands that we're above the 20%.
Mayor Chadwick, that is correct. Under the standard city code, 15%, I believe, for R2 and above, and south of the river does have an increased open space requirement. That open space will be filled with first-class amenities that Toll Brother is known for. I just want to highlight a couple. The main amenity area, right as you come into the community, we'll have a pool, a fitness center, sports courts, tot lot, and covered picnic area, and that's all kind of set on a pond that will have dock accesses. So that's the main amenity. It's about a 5.5 acre space, and it is in phase 1. So this will come online with the first residents of the project. In addition to sort of developed amenities, we also have a great network of trails that also serve as amenities for the community. Just to highlight a couple, I spoke about the Eureka water facilities. We will have 10-foot multi-use pathways on both sides of the south lateral and on the south side of the main canal. And you can see those in turquoise there. We'll also be constructing significant multi-use pathways on that future collector on Bush Wren. So where we have both sides of Bush Wren, we'll do full street section, so both multi-use pathways. And then where we're just the south side, we'll only construct the south side pathway. So again, the south of the river plan does speak to components of this area having a rural character. And so we've kind of gone back to the drawing board to try to incorporate that. And we're trying to do that through some rural theming in this community. So in addition to the decreased density, some of the concepts that we've come up with to bring that vision to life, 3-rail fencing throughout the community. We are going to do kind of a ranch style arch entryway. And then along those multi-use pathways on the irrigation facilities, we want to put up sort of wayfinding and informational signs that speak to agricultural history, you know, the Dancer family, Oregon Trail, things like that to just highlight the history of this area. And then our main amenity space, again, we'll sort of bring that rural theme to life through architectural elements, barn style facilities, roll up doors, that sort of thing. Some conceptual facade elevations of the homes. You got the 3 different lot types here. So the Riverbend being the larger homes, Brookside sort of the middle, and Magnolia being that neighborhood residential concept. Again, trying to bring forth the rural character here. We have all gable styled roofs, no shed style roofs, none of the more modern roof lines. We have natural materials, so wood, siding, and brick to again sort of bring forth that rural feel. We kind of call this the modern farmhouse aesthetic. So fencing has become a fairly significant issue on this project, and I'll get to this a bit more on my next slide, but I just want to highlight the blue lines on this fencing plan indicate the 3-rail white fencing. And again, those will border the collector roads and the common areas. So that's what you see as you drive through the community. We will have privacy fence on rear lot lines and the perimeter. So you see that in the orange. And then the pink dotted line are barbed wire fences that our neighbors have requested of the project. So those will be a 4-foot tall, 5-wire fence. And they would run the perimeter basically of the development with the exception of the Joplin frontage. So everywhere where you see the pink lines.
And I just, so we're clear, you know, we don't, our code doesn't allow barbed wire fencing. This is on the property line on the county side
Mayor,
and not the city side. So everybody understands that when we do this.
Mayor Chadwick, that's correct. So we will have our perimeter fencing on the boundary line on the north side and on the east side. And I'll get into a little bit more about where the perimeter fence is on the west side shortly. But yes, all of the barbed wire will be on the property line or in the county.
Can you tell us little bit about the privacy fence that's inside that barbed wire? Is that going to be vinyl?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Wheelock, it will be vinyl. It will not be white. It'll be, again, sort of a natural color like you see on the screen here to again, sort of try to bring some rural feel to the area. Wood looking.
Yeah, I just, that doesn't match well with the rural farm burning. The fences melt real well. I've seen that done. I just was curious.
All right. So that's kind of the end of the presentation of the project. I would pause for questions now if there are any. If not, I'll get into some additional conditions that we're asking the council to impose.
Any questions right now from the council? Councilwoman, you're grabbing your microphone.
Sure. So in ACHD's staff report, and you mentioned that you would comply with all of their conditions, but I did see that there was a request for a block waiver. Are you still asking for that, or are you going to comply with their request to adjust the block length or add the traffic calming?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Salmonson, we're going to approach it from the latter. We're going to try to do traffic calming, bulb outs, things like that.
Yeah, I did see that they do allow, what is it, like different textures in the road. And so that was the first time I had seen that. And I thought, oh, that might be kind of cool to think about.
Yeah, because of the size and the length of this property and the way that the irrigation facilities kind of diagonal it, it makes some challenges for making kind of a grid system. So we are ending up with some longer roads that you see kind of parallel those irrigation facilities. So we're not having to cross it. So
Yeah.
we'll address that with traffic calming.
Yep, okay. One more from ACHD. Oh, the entry point, Beacon Ridge Way, which is the main entry street. They identified it, recommend it being a collector road because it was gonna get over 2,000 cars a day. And so did you see any issue with that? And I believe like from the city side, we do require for a collector road to have the increased width in the sidewalk to be 7 foot. And so if we do decide to identify it, to classify it as a collector road, then we'll want to make that portion a 7 foot sidewalk also.
Yeah, Mayor Chadwick, excuse me, council members, Salmonson, we saw that and we've analyzed it and it does work as a collector as well.
Okay.
And just to give a little context there, once bush wren goes through, we don't anticipate the daily number of trips on Beacon Ridge exceeding the 2,000 trip count, but we will have a period where it will. And so it will be built to collector road standard, but we don't intend it to function as a collector forever.
Yeah, okay. And then maybe like, can you remind me about the Canada on the west? Just what is there currently? Is there a road there? Is Canada go north
Yeah,
along this property?
that's a good question.
It doesn't go along the property line. It's above on the hill, on the top.
Yeah, I think this is, sorry, Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Salmonson, I think this slide is the best to probably illustrate it, but Canada stops at the one, the circled one at this point. And it's because of the topography, we have a really steep bench right there. It won't go through.
And so it's just that western boundary is like, is it up against a cliff right there? Or is it at the top of a hill and then it goes down?
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember Salmonson. So Joplin Road is actually kind of basically traversing the bench. So anything north of Joplin does fall off pretty steep, particularly as you move to the west, right around that number one.
Yeah, okay. So there is like a cliff right there.
Yeah.
At your boundary, and then it goes up a hill to the next property. Is that, am I
May have a
getting it
picture.
right? Oh, there we go.
So this photo, that paved road that you see is basically Joplin as it is making the curve to the east. And that rim of green is sort of the steep slope down to the fields below.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, well with that, if there, sorry, Mr.
Well,
Mayor?
no, go ahead, and then you might answer my question.
Okay, great. So from April to now, and really in the last couple weeks, we've had a lot of discussions with owners around the property. And those have kind of bore out some additional conditions that they would like to see. I have those on the screen here, and I'll kind of read through them and I'll provide some context. So Clayton family to our west, they have requested basically some conditions to try to create a bit of a buffer between our project and their property. And those deal primarily with fencing and then a buffer strip. So they would like us to construct that barbed wire fence on the property line. And this figure kind of illustrates what I'm saying here. So property line in pink, barbed wire fence, 3-foot buffer strip to be maintained by the HOA before we get to what will ultimately be a retaining wall with the privacy fence for the home sitting on the top of that retaining wall. That's a condition that we're happy with and that the Claytons are happy with. So to read those verbatim, prior to the commencement of construction, developer to install a new 5-strand 4-foot tall barbed wire fence in accordance with the fencing plan dated 10/21/25. That's what I showed in this slide. Such fencing will include no trespassing signage and gates at reasonable intervals. During the development phase, developer shall promptly repair any damaged fencing as a result of construction activities. So that's part one. Part two. So until such time as the property to the west develops with a residential project, developer shall include a 3-foot natural buffer strip along the western boundary of the property, shall be maintained by the HOA by easement to ensure the area is clear of debris, weeds, and trash. We'll pause for questions.
And that's just along, so you're having to elevate this quite a bit because of the floodplain?
Mayor Chadwick, that's correct.
Okay. And so so I'm assuming that must be what they're talking about a little bit in their letter here, because I was trying to figure out what you guys were discussing. So we'll have them come up here and testify a little bit and talk to that as well.
Absolutely. And to the extent their property would develop in the future, they would have the same issue. So, that's why on the first number 2 there, we have that initial clause that says until such time, because we do think, there is a potential in the future that both these properties are brought up to the same level and there is no need for a retaining wall anymore.
Right.
Okay, so then the Wunderlich family, they have property to the west as well. They submitted a letter about concerns regarding construction traffic on Joplin. We are happy to address those concerns as well. So we propose this condition: during the construction phase, applicant shall prohibit its contractors from using Joplin Road west of Canada. An applicant shall install signage at the entry and exit of the property stating that such use is prohibited. And lastly, again, been in contact with Eureka Water Company, both some of the board members as well as their consultants. This is a condition that they propose, and again, we're amenable to. Owner shall obtain Eureka Water Company's written permission prior to performing any construction or activity within or affecting any ditch, drain, structure, easement, water delivery, or drainage that is owned, operated, or maintained by Eureka Water Company and/or its shareholders. So with that, thank you for your time. Happy to stand for any questions.
Yep, I got a couple questions then on there, just real quick. Did you see the letter from Patsky that came today regarding
Mayor
the West?
Chadwick,
Did you
I
get a
don't-
copy of it?
Believe I did.
Oh, you just got it at 4:04. So let's talk a little bit about what you indicated on here. All fencing abutting I'm going to read it to you. I'm just going to read it, so it's on the record there. All fencing abutting the Phillips property to the east for this development will be along true and correct property lines from Joplin Road to the Boise River. Additionally, we would like some assurance that the privacy fence will be installed in Phase 8, the estate lots, prior to a building permit being pulled. A minimum of 6-foot high privacy fence will be installed on the property line, and a barbed wire fence will be placed slightly inside of that on the Phillips property, both to be installed and cost borne by Toll Brothers. That's the extent of the letter. And I know you have a fencing thing right there, that if you could discuss that a little bit on what they're referencing.
Mayor Chadwick, reading the letter now, I believe this is consistent with their position since April, and I think is captured in the plan. And as it relates to phase 8 privacy fencing, I believe, that would be a condition associated with the final plat, and you would have to have a final plat recorded before you get building permits. So I think that's already kind of baked into the code.
So putting this in as a condition is not a concern to everybody on your team there because you're building it into this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then on Elam and Burks provided a letter. You got that one, I think. Did you get that one?
No, sir.
I think on behalf, of the Claytons, I think you discussed that. So Sean, do they have it? Can you give them a copy of that? Do what? Yep. Just take a look at that when everybody's testifying and see if you can answer.
Okay.
That's a longer letter. I don't want to read that all into the record. And then you kind of alluded to the Joplin Road thing there. There was this letter from the Wunderlichs on there. And I want to make sure you take a look at what they're saying on there, see if that's all been addressed based on what you've talked about up there. So.
Mayor Chadwick, I'll be transparent. I think their overall concern, right, is the use of Joplin Road for construction
Sure.
traffic. Their letter, I believe, requested a couple more things, specifically that all construction traffic use Star Road only, not Star Road or Canada. And we felt like that was a bit restrictive. We think, dispersing traffic is a good idea. They also requested some signage down Joplin and, off-site essentially. And we're happy to provide that. We just don't necessarily have the property rights to do so. So if they're willing to let us use their property for that signage, we would be amenable to that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We'll discuss those more. You got questions there?
Yeah.
Councilman Wheelock.
Yeah, the Eureka Water Company. It talked about the owner shall obtain written permission prior to performing all the construction along the ditch. Have they agreed to the pathways that you're proposing along both sides of that ditch already? Is that something that's in the plan that's not approved through them? Because it goes back and says it's got to all be approved before it's ever built.
Mayor Chadwick, Council Member Wheelock, I do not believe there are any issues with the pathways. They're either approved or out of the right of way. Really, what we're missing at this time is the nitty gritty around the engineering for the water facilities. What pipes are going to be buried at what depth and where they will connect. So I think conceptually we're in a good spot. It's just the engineering details haven't been hammered out.
I just didn't want you to have to say that it was there and then want to come clean the ditch out and throw it in the middle of your path.
Understood. And one thing just to point out, that pathway that is on the main, so in the northeast corner, that is part of the city's master pathway plan. So we will be building that component. We'll connect down to the river from Joplin.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions of the applicant at this time? Hearing none, thank you. Do we have the sign-in sheets, Ryan? Or, please? Okay.
Thank you.
Somebody's got 'em.
Thank you. All right, we have a few people to sign up on here to speak. We'll start out with Mr. Norris. You want to speak, sir? Okay. And just remember, everybody, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Norris Dancer, 9326 West Joplin Road. I'm the owner of the property, except for 20 acres my son owns, Greg. Anyway, just to give you a little history of me and our family, we moved to Star in 1966. And we started Dasco in 1970 in Star, in which the company is still running. In 1993, we bought Stan Records Place through G&B. Bill Clayton got a hold of me. He says, Norris, we don't need a damn gravel pit down here. And he says, you got to buy that place. And so that's how I become an owner of that original place from Stan Records. And my east neighbor, Bill, was on my west. John Turnbull owned the place the Phillips got now. And Kirby White owned 40 some acres right next to me right there. And when I bought that place, I had it leveled. We refenced all the fence lines, all the fences on the west side, the north side, down my lane, and on the Phillips, I did all that and put the concrete ditches in. At one time, we had over 100 mother cows there. And to be honest with you, to finish the story, Kirby White wanted to sell out in the early 2000s. And I bought that 40 some acres there. That's all on the east side there, from the old brick house over. Anyway, I wasn't really planning on selling the property. But then the town of Star put a water and sewer to my southeast corner of my property. Before the Phillips sold you guys an acre or whatever it was. And I'm thinking, Then I'm getting calls from the bottles. And hey, we'd like to entertain buying your property. And I'm thinking, what? And anyway, then the development started down in the bottom, Star Road and Joplin, as the Phillips call it, the mosquito patch. And I'm thinking, wow. Then everything up above. Now, Joplin Road is going to be straight at the corner. As you guys know, Lennar's going to straighten that road up, which is good, but they're going to put lots clear out to the edge of that. So there's on that property. And I'm thinking, I had some conversations with Bill Clayton. Bill was a good friend. He ended up with Parkinson's, just like my mom just passed away from Parkinson's. And Bill and I talked. In fact, he invited Mark Phillips and I over to his place one day. He says, this is what I'm thinking about doing with my property. And it was a development plan. I'm thinking, okay. So I can see the writing on the wall. And to be honest with you, the 100 and some acres I got, it's easier, I'm 73 years old. It's easier to split up cash than ground, which the Claytons are going to find out because there's 3 boys there. I got 3 siblings. But anyway, and their concerns, I can see the Gage's concern. Drive by there today, there's houses looking right down in their backyard. The Gage is the same way. Well, those lots up there in that corner where I live, I'm keeping that for now. And so ever problem you got with tolls or anybody's got with toll, they got to give me irrigation water to do that 25 acres. I'm going to live there. And I investigated and went around to Toll Brothers developments. And if they got along with Sam Rosti, they're not a bad outfit. And we all know Sam. Sam sold his ground and moved to Emmett. I'm not moving. I'm staying there. My wife's not too happy with me for doing what we're doing, but it's going to be best for our family down the road.
Okay.
So anyway, that's, I can appreciate concerns in the traffic. 1966, when you drove down Star Road, I remember Pat's Cafe. Star Cafe was $1 gas machine and a car wash. This was the Star Lumber. So I've been here 59 years myself.
Yep.
So I've seen a lot of things change, and I think these guys have done a good job and a good concept. And I hope you approve it. Thank
All right. Any questions for Mr. Dancer? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I have Mr. Greg and Miss Vanessa that didn't want to speak. Is that correct? Okay. All right. We'll move on to, looks like Miss Carrie, is it Gilstrap? Did I say it right? Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. State your name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, can't move this. There we go. Yeah, good evening, Mayor Chadwick and council members. My name is Carrie Gilstrap. I'm at near Joplin Road at 8534 West Happy Day Drive. I'm here to respectfully oppose approval of the Trailmark Station subdivision as currently proposed. This project, 293 homes on 129 acres, would significantly change this part of Star. And I believe it's being rushed forward without adequate protection for existing residents, our infrastructure, and safety. First, the traffic analysis is incomplete. ITD explicitly stated that trip generation numbers were not initially provided and requested a full traffic impact study before they could assess required mitigations. That means the record shows the state's transportation authority does not yet have enough data to determine whether impacts on US 20, 26, or CAN-ADA are adequately mitigated. ACHD data shows Star Road already operating at a level F rating of service in the PM peak hours, adding 2,713 daily trips / 273 peak trips as estimated by ACHD will further strain intersections already beyond acceptable thresholds. Idaho Transportation Department and ACHD have both noted that the developer's traffic study did not include Joplin Road west of Canada, the very road most residents use daily, known for narrow shoulders, blind hills, and the school bus stops. Without data, no one can confidently say this project won't worsen dangerous conditions. The developer also relies on future highway and road improvements that aren't scheduled until the 2030s. Approving hundreds of new homes before these improvements exist is a serious safety risk. Traffic impact alone is reason enough to delay until transportation projects are actually funded and scheduled. Second, the density conflicts with the STAR comprehensive plan. This plan envisions 1 to 2 units in this area per acre in this area to provide a transition between the city core and rural surroundings. Trailmark's 2.26 units per acre with higher density on the east side pushes well beyond that and erases the rural buffer that the plan promised. Third, utilities and infrastructure aren't ready. The Star Sewer and Water District said the capacity depends on new wells and water tanks still under construction. That means the city would be approving homes based on infrastructure that doesn't exist yet. Growth should follow capacity, not the other way around. Finally, this project would bring years of construction, traffic dust, and noise to Joplin Road, a narrow rural corridor without any clear plan for haul routes, time of day limits, or road repairs. Residents shouldn't shoulder that burden for 5 years straight. In short, Trailmark Station is submitted as premature and inconsistent with STAR standards for safe, orderly, and compatible growth. I respectfully ask the council to deny or table this application until this traffic study is complete, utility infrastructure is confirmed, and density is reduced to align with the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time and listening to residents like me who want STAR to grow responsibly. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Carey. Can you give our clerk that so she can put it right in the record. It makes it easier for her.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. David Clayton.
You already said my name.
Say
David
it
Clayton,
again.
8474 Happy Day. Usually I'm way more prepared. I was asked to do this 3 hours ago. The comprehensive plan, section 8.23 and 8.54 directs densities not to exceed 1.2 units per acre, specifically in floodplains, and encourages clustering to preserve open space. Idaho Code, section 461020 emphasizes preserving floodplain storage and reducing public costs for emergency response and rebuilding. FEMA NFIP guidance favors higher standards. In SFHA's, STAR already requires a plus 2 foot freeboard, a standard that pairs logically with lower densities, not greater occupancy in hazard areas. Allowing 2.2 density introduces avoidable cumulative hydraulic impacts, fill impervious area, utility encroachments, increases life safety exposure and evacuation burden. It conflicts with comprehensive plan sensitive area policy. The application should therefore be conditioned as less than 2 density units per acre within the floodplain, with clustering outside of SFHA and documented no net loss of floodplain storage. The plot map provided by the applicant does not adopt clustering. Instead, it attempts to maximize marketable lot sizes and ROIs, which is antithetical at best practices for sensitive areas. An analysis of the plot map quickly identifies that the density calculations provided do not accurately depict the density of the development. Indeed, the entire lower portion is approximately 2.85 density units per acre. The 1 acre lots, non-parcel owner retained lots mask the actual zoning. Let's see. Despite the buildup of the west end of the development, a large portion of the unbuilt up portion of the development remains in the floodplain. According to FEMA National Flood Hazard Layer Interactive Map on ArcGIS, the requested area is not only in the floodplain, it is in a marked flood zone, a high-risk flood zone. Some of the proposed annexation provided by the Toll Brothers supplemental narrative is located in a high-risk flood hazard zone as well. The applicant has failed to conduct, I missed it. Oh, here we go. Has failed to conduct their due diligence in this application by failing to identify and provide the city for consideration the floodplain maps and identifying what area of the proposed development will be subject to issues of flood hazard zones. Due to the defective application, should the city proceed with approval absent this critical information, this council would have abused its discretion and find this body's decision subject to appeal. We addressed this already. Staff identified that I think Ms. Salmonson identified this a little bit. Staff identified the applicant's proposal, quote, does not meet the district's speed control and should not be approved as proposed. The applicant should be required to resign the internal local roadways. I was not able to find anywhere in the agenda packet where the remedial plans, the deficiencies were identified by the staff and was provided. Another issue identified in the agenda documents is that the surface water pollution may not be mitigated by Idaho pollutant discharge, may need to be mitigated by an Idaho pollutant discharge elimination system being in the floodplain directly adjacent to the large pond in close proximity to the Boise River. The DEQ specifically requested they be contacted to evaluate the surface water issue. I do not see in the record agenda anywhere in the packet that the applicant ever reached out to DEQ or the results of the evaluation, if they did reach out. The applicant's own presentation identified the West River zone as a zone of impact, which they quote on their own slide, I think it was slide 3 or 4, that it must be 2 density units per acre or less.
Are you about wrapped up there?
I'm
sir?
done.
Okay.
I've got more, but that's fine.
You what?
That's good.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Clayton? No? No? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, and we have Miss Aubrey Lattimore that did not wish to speak. We have Miss Naomi Clayton that did not wish to speak. We got Miss Abigail Germain. You wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right.
Mayor Chadwick, members of the council, for the record, Abby Germain with Elam and Burke, 251 East Front Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm here on behalf of my client, the William C. Clayton LLC. Also here this evening is Steve Clayton. He will be speaking in his personal and individual capacity. As a housekeeping matter, I did provide some written comments to Mr. Nickel and the council right before this meeting. Those comments were put together very last minute based on the negotiations that the Claytons and the applicant were having up to the late 11th hour.
This one?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor. I will cut to the chase on this because I know my time is very limited. The Claytons are the property owner directly adjacent to the west of the proposed subdivision, as you know. I think in summary, we are very close as it relates to the proposed conditions that were presented by the applicant's representative. However, there are some details that we believe are really important that actually make those conditions effective as it relates to mitigating potential impacts of the subdivision. The applicant and the Claytons have been diligent in negotiating and working towards those conditions. And I think honestly, it was just a matter of timing. We were up against a time constraint today to finally get that wording finalized. I don't know that I've heard from the applicant that they're opposed to our final rendition and the additional details that we included, but we also haven't got a formal head nod from them as well. So in summary, the Claytons are not opposed to this project, contingent and conditioned on the details of those conditions being revised somewhat to include specifics that we believe are necessary to make those conditions effective. I'm happy to talk to the council about those specific revisions. Mr. Nickel has been copied on those, so I think he is aware of those and they are in front of him at least, and we can certainly provide those for the record. I think where that leaves us this evening is in somewhat of a interesting position. I don't think anyone here in this room wants to continue these applications, but we do believe that the devil really is in the details. And so we would request that if the council is going to consider approval, that we do actually get some of those specifics in the record and formalized as conditions of approval within the findings of facts and conditions of law. So I'll stop there, answer any questions the council might have.
So, Ms. Abigail, can you tell me what those conditions are so we can get it in the record right now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So as it relates, and I might flip back if I can to, oh, I can't drive this.
And Sean, can you help her get back?
Just the slide that has the proposed conditions of approval as it relates to the west boundary and the Clayton property.
Oh, that was towards the end, I think, right? Yeah, right there. Okay.
So what we would be asking is, as it relates to condition number 1, we would request that it be read to say that prior to commencement of construction, the developer shall install a new 5-strand, 4-foot tall barbed wire fence in accordance with the fencing plan dated 10/21/25 as attached as Exhibit A. We did provide an exhibit. What it is it's that depiction that's in front of the council right now, as well as the 2 additional slides that the applicant has included within their grading plan and their plat plan. What it doesn't include is another rendering of this that we believe is inaccurate. It shows the retaining wall at a different location. So we want to make sure that is removed as it relates to any reference to this condition of approval, because it doesn't accurately depict where I believe the applicant and the Claytons have agreed that retaining wall should be.
So real quick, sorry. So are you saying that this retaining wall on another plan is not being, that you don't believe it's being accurately depicted?
Yeah,
Based on your conversations is what you're saying?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, council members, there's a depiction within the fencing plan that was provided by the applicant today at the very end that shows the retaining wall at a different location. And I think the intent was to show what it might look like in the future, but we just want to make sure that for purposes of this condition of approval, we're referencing this depiction.
Okay, so that we'll have them respond to that too when they come back out.
Okay. The second revision we would request is to the second sentence, which states such fencing will run the entirety of the western property line from the north to the south and be immediately to the west of the property, no further than 6 inches from the property line. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that alleviates the concern that you were talking about, Mr. Mayor, related to the barbed wire in the county. We just want to specify how far to the west, that fence will be that.
So going into the Clayton's property, no more
Yes.
than 6 inches, having
Yes.
that fence ran in that
Yes.
segment. Okay.
Yes. Next sentence would be an addition that says specifically the fence shall cross the Eureka drain. In the depiction, it does, but we just feel that it's necessary to include that. And then finally, the last sentence would read, the fence shall include no trespassing signage located every 100 feet and gates as at reasonable intervals. The point there is to ensure that the signage is there every 100 feet. Turning to condition number 2, the requested revision would have the first sentence read, until such time as the land located within 50 feet of the western property line is developed with a residential project, developers shall include a 3-foot natural buffer strip along the western boundary of the property, which shall be maintained by the HOA by easement to ensure the area is clear of debris, weeds, and trash. The purpose for the addition of land located within the 50 feet of the western property line is and currently the Claytons don't have any intent of developing that property. But should they want to develop something on the far western side of their property, they don't want there to be any effect of what's been contemplated here when that property wouldn't really be affected by a potential far western development. So that's the addition of that language. And then a last sentence in condition 2 that says access to said 3-foot buffer strip shall be limited to HOA maintenance personnel only, and public access shall be prohibited, clarifying that that 3-foot easement will not be public, it will be for HOA maintenance purposes only. Then finally, Mr. Mayor and Council, we would request a third condition that basically just memorializes and solidifies what's depicted in the graph in front of the council. And that condition would read, the developer shall install a 5 to 6 foot retaining wall to the east of the 3-foot natural buffer strip as depicted in the fencing plan attached as Exhibit A. A 6-foot privacy fence will be installed and maintained by the developer and subsequently the HOA on top of the retaining wall. Said retaining wall and privacy fence may be removed upon development of the land located within 50 feet of the western property line. And that's all we have, Mr. Mayor and Council.
You have that in writing, all that in writing?
I do.
Is one copy?
I do not have a clean copy, Mr. Mayor, but I can get that to the council.
Tonight, like in 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Because I can have my staff just take that and go make photocopies, so they have a copy of that, and we have a copy of it for the record.
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. Cool. Any questions for Ms. Abigail?
Is that 5-foot retaining wall the whole length of the western property?
I guess I'll have to have them talk about that too, because.
How long is that retaining wall? Because that could be a big difference.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council Member Wheelock, I believe it is. The question I'm not entirely clear of is how it relates to the Eureka ditch. That may be a question the applicant needs to answer, but I do believe the concept is for it to run the duration of that property line.
Okay. Any further questions of Ms. Abigail at this time? Thank you. All right. Move on to Mr. Steve Clayton.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Steve Clayton, 6622 Joplin Road, Nampa 83687. There's 2 things to clarify here at the beginning. Mr. David Clayton, if I heard correctly, you spoke earlier, no relation?
Oh.
Just to clarify. And regarding the future development that's been referenced by previous speakers, we have no plans for any development in the foreseeable future. So just, if it were to happen, it'd be a long ways out there. I would like to talk today, Mr. Nickel, if we can go to the next slide, about some specific considerations that I've looked at that go back to the April meeting here, as well as the discussion I had with Mr. Taylor in August. There's been a lot of talk about traffic and ponds and these things, so I tried to take a little bit closer look. I'm providing this not for people to read here, but as backup and for the record. But basically, I tried to estimate from the available drawings what was the amount of material that could be excavated from the ponds, what's the amount of material that would need to be filled across this entire area and what the difference would be, because I was trying to understand exactly how many trucks are coming over the life of this project and how many trucks that is per day and how many trucks, every few minutes. So the numbers here back this up. What I didn't have access to was grading plans and volume calculations, which definitely the team has. So I was working just with the drawings that I had received through the city just 2 weeks ago. The results are disconcerting. With 5 feet of fill, which is shown on the drawings and was shown just now in that cross section over the full area. And if we look at assumed 5 years of construction, 50 work weeks per year, and 10-hour days, 5 days a week, we work out to 5 trucks per hour, or 1 truck every 12 or 13 minutes. That's just an inbound delivery truck, so it doesn't count the truck going back. So 1 truck every 12, 13 minutes for 5 years continuously. That's the average. There's a lot of assumptions there. They're backed up in that information. If we go to the next slide, a couple other points that I want to make, and one more slide. I think the volume assumptions from these ponds are overestimates of how much they'll cut. Those dark shaded areas are 1.5 to 1 slopes. I don't think those will be stable. That's documented on the far right there. And also, we heard about people recreating in and around these ponds. Those 8 to 1 slopes, they're going to grow solid with cattails. So like the first 15, 20 feet out, it's going to be impenetrable stand of cattails. And also, I don't think those 1.5 1 slopes will stay stable when they excavate. Point being that there's going to be a lot less material excavated, so more trucks are going to have to come. So looks like my time went quickly. Let me just go to put a positive suggestion out here, and we could go ahead and circle through the next couple of slides while I'm speaking. One is I'm also concerned on, may pause right there. I'm concerned that this fill, and a previous speaker got to this, could impact the river hydraulics or specifically wash out the Highline Canal or the diversion if all the water that used to come out here is now pushed into the river. That would need to be looked at with hydraulic models, but it hasn't been looked at yet. To flip through these slides, which I found from a presentation made by City of Stars floodplain administrator at a recent conference, there's the area in the lower left of this proposed development. And my read of this presentation was that there were some lessons learned from the previous Heron Park development. If we go to the last slide that I pulled from that presentation, it has some lessons learned and it talks about some incentives there, but there's no mention of fill on those lessons learned, and this project's looking for 5 feet of fill. So the slides back up what I've shared here. Again, I was working with what I had, but I just wanted to provide some context for all parties of what this might look like. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Clayton? All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Jason Wonderlich?
Jason Wonderlich, 6042 Joplin Road, 6412 Joplin Road, 6434 Joplin Road. Mayor Chadwick, members of the Star City Council, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed Trailmark subdivision. I live at and operate an agricultural business with some of the first few properties on Joplin Road west of Canada. They're within a mile of the proposed subdivision. Our primary concern is that the inevitable increase of construction traffic on Joplin Road west of Canada Road, a winding stretch of road with limited visibility, multiple driveways, and a school bus stop at the bottom of a blind hill would create a dangerous situation for current residents that has not been studied and is not mitigated in the current plans of the proposed subdivision. With the special conditions of approval we have proposed, we do not oppose the proposed subdivision. Without the following special conditions of approval, however, we must object to the proposed subdivision. A description of the unique characteristics of the stretch of Joplin Road west of Canada is necessary given that it is not included in the traffic study for the proposed subdivision, which is directly north of the intersection of Joplin and Canada Road.
Within the first quarter mile, the road passes a school bus stop ahead sign and drops down a hill. And at the bottom of the hill passes two nearly hidden driveways on the north side of the road. The first of these driveways is 6412 and is the primary access to a livestock farm and the surrounding farm fields. This hidden driveway regularly provides an egress for trucks, farm equipment, trailers hauling livestock, tractors, and other vehicles. Immediately after the driveway, within about 100 feet, is the second hidden driveway at 6434. This is a residential driveway and the school bus stop for my children. Traffic traveling on Joplin from either direction, east or west, can quickly approach this driveway while a vehicle is entering and particularly exiting this vehicle. To note, especially in the mornings prior to work when my kids are either leaving for school, my son has just started driving, or coming home in the afternoon, as I witnessed today at about 4:30 p.m. with a construction vehicle driving a cargo trailer coming down Joplin, dropping down the hill, and watching another construction worker pass them as they're dropping down the hill in front of my driveway. I also want to speak to the corner of Joplin and Canada, scene of multiple accidents, most recently a deadly motorcycle accident within the last few months. Immediately after the driveway, another few hundred feet on the opposite side of the road are two driveways accessing the Jaker Re-Wholesale Nursery at 6485 Joplin. Jakers operates 5 days a week and regularly sees employees in commercial landscaping and nursery traffic from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Shortly after, Jakers is a loading dock and driveway at 6042 Joplin Road, which sees regular residential farm and commercial tree nursery traffic. The entire section of Joplin Road described in this section is within about a half mile of the Joplin-Canada intersection. And the distance from the school bus stop sign to the far Jaker driveway is about a quarter mile. Given the uniquely dangerous conditions on Joplin west of Canada, we ask that you approve our proposed special conditions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions there? Mr. Wunderlich at this time?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
So is there a bus stop sign at that one driveway where?
So there's a stop sign at the top of the hill, which is a guesstimate 100 yards from the driveway. But the stop sign or the school bus ahead sign is on the top of the hill just before it drops down to the blind driveway. And regularly people like to accelerate at the point that they hit the top of that hill.
Okay, so they're going up the top and then the school's bus
They're-
stop sign is at the top and they're going fast as they go up to the top,
Other direction.
other direction.
So as they're dropping down the hill, so the
Uh-huh.
school bus stop sign is prior to dropping down the hill.
Uh-huh.
The two driveways are immediately at the bottom of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
No,
Hey,
thank you.
Mr. Wunderlich, do you have that in writing?
I believe this has been presented.
Oh, that's part of what you gave us. That's part of this. Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I wanna
sir.
Make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brian Wunderlich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Brian Wunderlich. I live outside of this immediate area, but I have property at 6412 Joplin Road. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed development. Obviously, Jason lives there at the property and wanted to talk about it, and I'd like to talk about the special conditions that we proposed and sent to Mr. Nickel. I do want to say that we appreciate and respect Mr. Dancer and his family's right to sell and develop this property. He and his family have been good neighbors. Our concern is about safety on Joplin. It's gotten progressively worse, as Jason pointed out. Let's be frank with you, pulling out of those two driveways in particular, you got to race out of there once you know it's safe because those cars come at you so quickly, even if they're going close to the speed limit, and they rarely are. As Steve Clayton pointed out, the prospect of significant construction traffic at the rate of 1 to 2 trucks every 12 minutes, gravel trucks along that way, is daunting. So we worked hard to develop proposed special conditions that are reasonable, specific and objective. And we conferred with Mr. Taylor, the representative for the Toll Brothers, and appreciate the input and its expressed commitment to safety on Joplin Road and to the, proposed condition that he put up there. I would like to point you to the final page of our letter, our comments that do have the specific conditions, and focus particularly on number 2. We agree with the Toll Brothers about keeping construction traffic off of Joplin Road because of the unique, dangerous conditions there. But we have proposed in there that the traffic be required, the construction traffic be required to go to Star Road. And we propose that for 2 reasons. Star Road is better situated for all of this. And the reality is that the traffic study contemplated that there was going to be a light at Canada and Chinden, and there's not one there, and there doesn't appear to even be that started. In my entire life, and now when I come to visit the property where I grew up or my brother, it can take 5 to 10 minutes to cross from the south side to the north side of Chinden on Canada. It gets backed up all the time. And what we worry about is that if the reason we propose Star being the main axis is that when Chinden gets backed up, it's inevitably going to turn Joplin into a thoroughfare through there. So that's why we proposed it for your consideration. We also made a proposal with respect to signs and working with the developer to find locations where those signs could be placed. For example, we're in regular contact with the owners of the property at the northwest corner of Joplin and Canada, and that's what, one of the signs we proposed in number 3. So we feel that's especially important that a third sign off the property on Joplin at Canada and Joplin would be a worthwhile and easy condition to place on this development to significantly enhance the safety of the proposal. So you have our materials. I'd be happy to explain any of the proposed special conditions that we submitted. But again, I've watched this and I appreciate your attention to this. You don't have an easy job, but I can tell from your questions that you do care about the safety and responsibility of the project, and I appreciate it.
Any questions from the council for Mr. Wunderlich? I do want to bring something up though about Star Road, or I'm sorry, Canada Road. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but ITD has moved the construction widening of 2026, I believe. Trying to find it here. Yeah. Highway 2026 from the Phyllis Canal to the Middleton Road into 2026 and start of 2027. This project doesn't start, I don't believe, until 2028. I'm not sure. We got to verify that. I don't think Canada Road's going to be an issue because everything's going to be choked up anyway along that. And the plans for them is to put lights in these locations at that time frame. Just being involved with this. So I don't know if you knew that. Originally, it wasn't going to be until 2030 something. They moved it up recently. And I don't know if you heard the Compass when they were talking about the tip. They moved it up in the tip so they can get it done sooner because it's a major project that needs to be done. So with that said, I understand Joplin Road, and we put conditions on projects in the past about construction traffic during certain times and not being able to go on certain roads, right?
Yep.
But I think Canada Road needs to maintain as an open road, and I get that. I've been here a long time too, and I get that issue at Canada and in 2026, but I think that's going to start to be alleviated during that construction project, because my understanding is they're going east to west. So with that said, would that be, you still have a concern with Canada Road?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that point. I understood it was coming at some point in the future. I didn't know the specifics.
Keeping Joplin Road as a no access, but Canada Road as an access.
I think that would emphasize the need for the sign at Canada and Joplin would be worthwhile, and potentially a condition that directs construction traffic to Star Road until that Canada light opens. That could be a good way to balance it, because certainly understand the variety of considerations you have in front of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, real quick, let me just, does anybody else have any follow-up questions? Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's see, Mr. Sean Sunwall, is that correct?
Sean Sunwall, 8534 West Happy Drive. I don't envy you. I spent 4 years on a city council in Washington State with a city almost exactly this size, with a massive floodplain and a bunch of NIMBYs. I'm not trying to be a NIMBY. What I am greatly concerned about is traffic. What I've heard the last 20 minutes is move everything to Star Road. Pulling out of our neighborhood this morning, we made the huge mistake of doing it in high school rush hour traffic. I'm glad we were going right, because we might still be there if we were going left. So Star Road is not an answer. The capacity in Star Road is, I know most of you guys live in the Floating Feather area. It's a disaster. And that will not be fixed until 2031.
2030.
Well, I talked to ACHD yesterday and they said 2031. So
Okay, I would just let you know, I do too. I work with them, but this project starts in 2030, just so you're aware.
the widening,
Yes.
but it won't be done.
Oh, no, it won't be done, but it's
Right.
going on during, at that time frame. Yes.
So what I'm not concerned about is Toll Brothers building a great community. I have a home currently in the Oaks. They did a great job, best HOA pool on the planet. They do a great job. I'm not concerned about them building a good community. I'm concerned about them building it now. We would not oversubscribe our EMS people or our police. I don't know why we're willing to oversubscribe our roads. Roads are vital. That corridor, because everybody in Star goes to high school at Oahe, that's insane. Twice a day minimum for at least 3 to 4 hours. So I would ask us to pump the brakes. I'm not opposed to the development. I know it's going to get developed. I'm not naive. It's going to happen. I'm not opposed to it happening. I just asked our infrastructure be in place before we do it. There's no hurry.
Well,
The other thing I would say is, as an insurance agent, I am shocked that you can build that many homes in an AE flood zone. I welcome it because I make a lot of money off flood insurance. But I cannot believe that as a city, we would allow that to happen. Let's see here. So one of the conditions of approval is that the council must find that there is no indication from the material submitted stating the annexation or zoning of this property will materially be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. I don't think this meets that requirement. I don't think, trying to put myself in your shoes, that you can say that that box has been checked. Maybe they can come back with a plan that does that. It's less dense. It's amazing what we call estate lots these days. Apparently a quarter acre is a large lot. But that's my concern. It's not Toll Brothers, has nothing to do with Brothers. They'll do a great job when they do it. I'm just asking that we pump the brakes and wait. There is no hurry. That's all I got.
Look, I'm going to ask you a question, sir, if you don't mind. When we say Toll Brothers, and you've been on the city council and you understand this, right? But you say pump the brakes for Toll Brothers. What about the dancers' opportunities today to financially profit off their property when Idaho is very big on private property rights? Answer me that question versus Toll Brothers. You see what I'm saying? I mean, there's two aspects of that.
Right, at what cost?
At what cost? But your subdivision up there, same scenario. That would, because I think you live up above there. If I
Star Point.
On Star Point, same scenario on that. The landowner up there,
1/4 the number of homes.
Oh, I understand. I get that. But we have a private property owner that's been here for 60+ years that has an opportunity today. We have a transportation agency that's telling us, and we don't control the roads. We got to understand that here. That's a completely different animal in Idaho, especially Ada County, with the Ada County Highway District. And if Ada County Highway District is saying yes, what right do we have to say, Ada County Highway District, we totally disagree with what you're saying, we're going to say no?
But they don't have a jurisdiction over Star and Chinden. So there were
Yes, they
talks-
certainly do.
There were talks about, that's ITD.
ACHD has control of the slips
They
on
said
the
they
sides.
cannot enforce the additional lane, the through lane coming out of Oahe to Star Road. They said that's up to ITD, and I think that should be mandatory.
Well, so what additional lanes are you talking about?
An
When you're saying,
additional northbound lane.
okay,
I can't remember what kind of lane. It's not a collector lane. I can't remember what they call it, but a funnel lane that will allow additional lanes of traffic to come northbound on Star
So-
and eventually merge in.
Correct.
A zip lane. whatever you call it, zipper
Right,
merge.
so they have, so right now, what do they have? 2 lanes each direction coming into the
One
intersections.
lane each direction.
Well, no, there's the turn lanes and stuff that they've put in there. with
Yeah, I
that
don't
element.
consider that. I'm talking about going straight.
Just going straight. So a 2-lane road is what you're saying is what you want all the way to Hawaii, in order.
No, not all the way to Hawaii. No, but at least give that intersection.
You want more stack at the intersection.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. That was mentioned, but ACHD said they have they can't force that. ITD has to.
They can't.
So I don't know how without a traffic control study it's stunning to me that on Canada there was no study done. I don't know how you can improve this without that traffic study.
Well, so I will tell you that ACHD and ITD determine what the traffic study is going to be. The city doesn't determine that. They have to have a pre-meeting with them that creates what that traffic study is. So we have a problem with the transportation agencies.
They've acknowledged they cannot give an opinion on the matter because there's been no study.
Right, because they didn't ask for it. That's the challenge that we're facing.
It can still be done.
City.
You can still require it.
We could, but it's not, I mean, the agencies have to agree with that as well, right? I mean, but you haven't answered my question though about the dancer side of it. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just, I'm a longtime Idahoan from 1880
Great.
family, right? I understand these property rights and the long-term folks, right? And you move here from Washington, but yet we are saying to the dancers right now, you don't have a right.
I didn't say that.
Not right now. You said there are opportunities today. How do we?
Of course, they
address
have
that?
to do it within I don't care if you've been 150 years. What you do impacts other people. And
Right.
we can talk about any right, speech, whatever it is. You don't get to impact other people.
But your development impacted them.
Did it?
Well, absolutely it did.
Okay.
It created the necessity for this to get sold because of the traffic and stuff that's on there. That's the challenge that I have right now with people, with coming in, and we want to say we're no more, right? We want traffic to go ahead of time, and I don't disagree with that. We've been fighting that battle for years, trying to get them to get stuff done ahead of time.
You have complete control over that tonight. You can decide tonight to not add to the problem.
I could not add to the problem, but
You can't say it's ACHD's problem. It's citizens' problems.
at the cost of private landowners too as well.
I know, but that's one family.
It's a very important family in the community.
More important than any other one family here?
No, but the family has been here for a long time as well. I don't want to argue. I mean, I would love for you and I to sit down and discuss stuff because I want to see what you guys did in Washington that's different than
Yeah,
here.
you don't want to know.
I know,
Right.
but I want to make certain that we truly hold to the values that Idaho has always been, that's been welcoming to bring the people here, that provided you the opportunity for a home up on the ridge, that impacted others like the dancers who had no opportunity to sell, or even it impacted the Wonderlicks, it impacted the Phillips that are right down there. All this development is impacting every one of those big ranchers and farmers that is there. And now we're saying that we're a new community up here, that we have all the say because now your development's going to create more impact on me when my development did create that impact and you don't have that right.
2,700 trips a day.
Sure, 2,700.
You can choose to not make that happen yet until the capacity's there. You have that choice.
Sure, but the capacity doesn't come until ACHD is willing to do it. And
And they've told you,
well,
30.
they weren't going to do it till 2035 and we fought that to get it pushed up to 2030, just so you're aware.
Thank you.
So we are taking all those issues to serious concern. At the same time, we've got to protect folks that have been here as well for a long time.
Yeah, no one's forcing this
I'm
out.
not saying I don't vote in this scenario anyway. I'm just telling you my opinion on that on that discussion. But I would love to sit down and have a conversation.
We should have a
So
talk together.
they can give you my card and we'll just go and have a talk. Because I really do want to sit down and talk and just because it's interesting to hear the challenges that you face as a council member in another area because we're facing those things today.
Yep.
Right?
For sure.
But how do we mold all that together to make sure it works for everybody?
I'll book lunch.
Amen. Let's go to lunch. I'm good for food. Thank you. All right. Patsky, did you want to speak? No? Okay. And I think that's Mark. Mark, did you sign this to speak? That is Mark? Okay. I could almost read your writing, Mark, on there.
Yeah. Philip, 7650 North Star Road.
Okay.
Okay, so I wasn't going to come up here and speak because I thought And we do have a agreement with Eureka and Toll. But this is how it's all conceptual planning. 100%. When they could come up here just now and say, you asked the question, pathways? Haven't heard a thing about pathways. My engineer's telling me it's going to be piped. They just said it was going to be an open ditch. If it's an open ditch, I can't make them. But the easements are going to be twice as big, fenced. There's chemicals in the ditch. The liability for the ditch company. We can't have kids by this ditch. Chemicals, somebody drowned it. It's going to be on us. So my point is, we're miles away. They've agreed to work with us. We've agreed to work with them. But we haven't even started after I heard tonight. Your example, you asked the question, pathway. My engineering term hasn't said one thing about a pathway. Just last week, he's telling me we're going to pipe half of it. Well, he says it's open. That's all I got to say. It's conceptual planning. How can Eureka make any concrete decisions off of conceptual planning? We can't. We won't.
Understood. Yeah. And I think in one of our conditions, I think requires them to work with you. So whatever decision you come up with is going to that's what it's going to be, right?
It's going to be.
Yeah. I mean, and conceptual is what all gets brought into the city anyway. Construction drawings come later after they get their approvals, and that approval requires them to get your approval.
Go back 3 slides and read it word for word. It says that it's got to be your approved or it's not happening.
Right.
Exactly.
100%. In the development agreement, it'll say that.
But tonight, you're gonna answer a question, if you approve this, about density. How many? Well, if they're hell bent on an open ditch, they're gonna be back to you because they're gonna take some lots away. Because the easement's gonna be bigger.
Understood. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing more?
Gotta be yours.
One more thing?
One more thing,
One
Mr.
more
Mark,
thing.
go ahead.
About traffic, 7:30 in the morning. I invite all you guys. I'll serve you coffee, my house.
I have been
Traffic all the
7:30
way,
in the morning, the
all the
traffic.
way from Highway 20
Yep.
to State Street.
It does. I'm in that too with my exchange students going to school. I get it.
Okay.
And with that
Questions?
construction down the street, makes it even worse.
The lights on your house were off when I went through at 5:30.
They were.
That's when I go to work.
I think we can't work, there's a lot to be said. 2 years from now, Highway 16 will be open.
Yeah.
It's 2 years. You talk about 2030.
Yep.
You know how many years that'll take them to build that?
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Last time I was here, you just improved 2 great big subdivisions over here. Most of that traffic hits Star Road. And I don't even know what you've done in between.
Yep.
That was in April. I think traffic is a big thing.
It's a big
Huge.
thing, yeah.
And it's not going to fix it. You're going to be under the curve for 10 years.
Yeah, and 70% of the traffic that comes through Star originates out of Candy County. That's the things. And so we don't control anything over there on that side in developments, and they keep approving, still come in here and doesn't change the traffic habits. So that's the challenge we face. Yep. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Toll Brothers, floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Chadwick, council members. I'm going to kind of touch some high points and then I'll get into the specific language that Ms. Germain proposed at the end here. Councilmember Wheelock, I wanted to provide a little more information about the fencing. So the perimeter fencing is a composite, so it's like Trex, so it's fire resistant. And the split rail fencing that we're proposing is actually made of metal, so it's fire resistant. There is one pretty major inconsistency or incorrect statement that was running through a lot of the public comments here related to our traffic impact study and the transportation agency's comments on this project. So Kittleson and Associates Traffic Impact Study did study Canada, Star, Joplin, Chinden. So we have a study on Canada, Star, and Joplin and Chinden on that mile. So we've studied all the areas that the transportation agencies required us to. We did not study Joplin west of Canada. That's the area the Wunderlichs have been speaking to. And the reason we didn't study that is because Compass projections in our modeling show that less than 1% of traffic from this project would go west on Joplin past Canada. That's essentially because there's no outlet from Joplin as you head west. I would just point your attention to the record. There is an ITD comment letter on page 90 of the packet. It specifically states that ITD has reviewed the submitted TIS and has no further recommendations or requirements for mitigation. So ITD is satisfied with the TIS and all of the recommended mitigation that Kittleson proposed. The Chinden West project that Mayor Chadwick spoke of, so it will widen Chinden to 5 lanes from Star to Middleton Road. That project is funded and construction is supposed to commence in the summer of 2026. That was based on an email we received from ITD within the last week or two. So the improvements on Chinden are going to line up very well with this project in terms of when traffic actually comes online. Star Road, also slated for major improvements. 5 lanes, basically from downtown Star to Chinden. ACHD has that in their 5-year work plan. So phase 1 will be from State Highway 44 to Main Street. So that's just south of the river. I'm sorry, just north of the river. That will be completed in 2029 for the ACHD 5-year work plan. And then phase 2 from the bridge to Chinden completed in 2031. So again, we think those projects really align with this development so that right as we're reaching build out, those roads are there to support the community. And again, that's not to mention all the work that Compass talked about today about State Highway 16 interchange. As we all know, Chinden is one of the few on-ramps onto 16, about 2 miles away from this project. So putting housing next to expressways and interchanging is smart growth. So again, we think all of the transportation agencies are supportive, and we think that the project is mitigating its impacts. One more comment, there isn't sewer or water to serve this project. Star Sewer and Water submitted a comment letter today to the opposite effect, saying we've reviewed the plans, we've recently upgraded our lift stations and wells, and we're available and have capacity to serve this project. So there are utilities to serve the project. There was some suggestion that this development is too dense because of some FEMA flood hazard designation. To be clear, this property has very, very little area of special flood hazard area, and that's in the very northwest corner of the property that the dancers are retaining. And in that instance, the density is very low, as you know, 1 unit per acre or less. So no FEMA or comp plan restrictions as it relates to sensitive plan areas are at issue here. Changing kind of lanes here, no pun intended, to the Wunderlichs comments. Again, we're supportive of a condition that would restrict construction traffic on Joplin west of Canada. Mayor Chadwick, we agree with you that We think Canada, today it's a public road, it's a collector road, it's designed to carry traffic. We think it should remain open to construction traffic. And conferring with some of the folks at Kilson, they also agree just from an engineering standpoint, only using STAR isn't a good solution. It funnels more traffic actually back towards existing homes, the Star Point, the Oak Lawn, those communities where there is residential traffic. So we think having that circulation of Canada and Star is a better solution.
That you're okay. I'm suggesting that nothing goes down Joplin ever on this project.
West of Canada.
West.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're supportive of that condition. I think I captured that. We're also, again, supportive of putting signs where the Wonderlicks would want, again, so long as they have the right to do that. Real quick, as it relates to Eureka, Mr. Mayor, I think you know where I'm going to go with this. Again, this plan is conceptual. Our engineers believe that our pathways can be outside of Eureka's easement. If it ends up that we have to, shorten the depth of a lot or lose a lot, we'll accept that as we get to final plat. But like you said, Commissioner or Councilmember Wheelock, the condition requires their approval, and we will get that before we get to final plat. We've never intended to pipe any of the main facilities. So the two that I pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, those have always been proposed as open ditch. And again, we're doing that largely to fulfill the goals of the south of the area plan, sort of incorporate the rural feel of those facilities. All right, now I'm going to turn to the conditions from Mr. Main, unless there are any questions. Mr. Nickel, if I don't know, do I still have? Could you go to the condition slide, please? This is real tedious, so I apologize. Okay, so what I'm going to read is Mr. Main's proposals, and I'm only going to tell you where we don't agree. So prior to the commencement of construction, developer shall install a new 5-strand, 4-foot tall barbed wire fence in accordance with the fencing plan dated 10/21/25, attached as Exhibit A. We agree with a new exhibit that otherwise captures this slide. Fencing will run the entirety of the western property line from the north to south and be on the property line. Specifically, the fence shall cross the Eureka drain. The fence shall include no trespassing signage located every 100 feet and gates at reasonable intervals. During the development phase, developers shall promptly repair any damaged fencing as a result of construction activities. So as a summary, we agree with all of their revisions to 1. We're happy with that. On to 2. Until such time as land located within 50 feet of the western property line is developed, we agree with that. Developers shall include a 3-foot natural buffer strip along the western boundary of the property, which shall be maintained by the HOA by easement to ensure the area is clear of debris, weeds, and trash. Access to said 3-foot buffer strip shall be limited to the HOA maintenance personnel only, and public access shall be prohibited. We have a problem with that final clause. So that 3-foot buffer will actually be the back 3 feet of a lot, of an individual homeowner's lot. So we would need to modify that to allow that homeowner at least to go on their property. So I think it would be fine to prohibit public access, and we would accept that. Okay, moving on to 3.
Okay, hang on a sec. So instead of doing it as an individual lot, you're saying that each one of those segments is supposed to go to the house, and then the HOA is going to maintain it and not the homeowner is going to maintain it?
Mayor Chadwick,
And I guess how would they access it anyway? I'm trying to think this through a little bit. How would they access it if you're on the interior side? You have to get permission from your neighbor to even get to your piece.
Mayor Chadwick, it's a great point. And, we've worked on projects together where we've created these buffers and they've kind of been a headache.
Yeah.
And so again, we're doing this to accommodate our neighbor, but if the council feels that this is overcomplicated, we're fine not doing it as well. But yeah, so those lots, go to the. Okay, so on our western boundary, those lots, their rear boundary line will be the current property line. And there will be essentially an easement on the back 3 feet for the HOA to otherwise have access and maintain.
But how does the guys in the center lots get to the property without putting gates up there and jumping down a 5-foot wall? I mean,
Yep.
to me, I understand what we talked about, and some of the ones before were like 1 foot, right? But this is 3 foot. It's pretty wide. Does it make more sense to make it a common lot for the HOA so you don't have that issue ever?
Mayor,
'Cause I just see that becoming a problem for my staff here with calls about why would you do this if I can't get to it?
yeah, Mayor Chadwick, we would like to leave the lots as is in the event that we eventually, their lot develops and we move the fence line right to the property boundary. We aren't having to come in and do a plat amendment and vacate common area and all
Okay.
of that.
Well, I'm going to ask a question. I'm throwing this up I'm throwing gum to the wall here right now. Can we put a condition and stuff on a development agreement that says it's a common lot until such time it's done and then it reverts back automatically without a hearing to the homeowners? I mean, in my thing, I think it could be 50 years before they decide to do anything over there, the Claytons, right? So why not just make it a common lot and build it in if we can, if we're allowed to? I don't know. I'm just throwing gum up there.
I'll say one thing and then I'll let City Attorney Jorgensen. So, I mean, without a high level of complexity in our CC&Rs, I think there are challenges there, right? So when you buy a lot, if it were designated as common area, then we're in a position in the future of each one of those landowners having to go to the HOA and saying, hey, let's have a 75% vote to sell me my section of the common lot. And that's what we dealt with specifically.
Right, but if we build it in a development agreement in such a way that it goes with the property that does not allowed, why couldn't we do that? I mean, then that way there is no, we have to go. I'm just trying to figure out the simplicity. I get what you guys have your way wanting to do it, but for us as a city, I think it's a nightmare for staff in the future trying to handle that situation when people can't access their property back there. Or you get people that want to go back there and build, you guys are out of there. They go out there and they build some stinking waterfall or something that goes down in that section, right? Or they do steps, which we've seen up on the hill, and landscape into a section that's not supposed to be landscaped on. It creates all sorts of challenges. So I'm trying to find a way to where it's a win-win for you and for the homeowners in the future.
Yeah, we're open to creative solutions.
Chris, sorry.
You're good. Don't have to apologize to me. Yeah, development agreements are negotiated, right? And we can be as creative as we want to be in them. There's nothing that would prohibit legally from doing something like this. I understand the applicants, challenges. I get that, but there's nothing that would prohibit it. The nice thing with being in a development agreement, it's a recorded document. It attaches to all the property. So it's not as easy to change as a CC&Rs. So there's some advantages there to make it kind of semi-permanent. But we can build in kind of that trigger at the end or for, whatever period of time that it reverts to. And that language can also be put into the CC&Rs as well. That's mirroring the development agreement so that everybody that's getting the recorded CC&Rs is also seeing it. But
being with the development agreement, you can vote all you want, but it's a living document for the development.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Mayor Chadwick, I think we can finesse the language in the development agreement. I think ultimately we would just want the city in the development agreement to agree to, an amended plat essentially.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Yeah, and you don't have to come back in and do a hearing on it, that we're saying that it could be administratively done or whatever. At that time, when the Claytons, if they ever decide to do anything and it pulls back, then there's no issue. But until that time, we don't want to create that nightmare with I'm telling you,
Yep.
it's a disaster up on the hill in those common areas where people are digging into them and creating their own landscaping.
Okay, well, if it's the will of the council to make that a common area strip, so be it. And in such case, the language, access to said 3-foot buffer strip shall be limited to HOA maintenance personnel only, and public access shall be prohibited, works. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we're on the final condition. So I guess in summary, yeah, we're on the final condition. This was not proposed at all in my slides, so this is all new. Developer shall install a 5 to 6 foot retaining wall to the east of the 3-foot natural buffer strip, as depicted on the fencing plan attached as Exhibit A. 6-foot privacy fence shall be installed and maintained by the developer and subsequently by the HOA on top of the retaining wall. Said retaining wall and privacy fence may be removed upon development of the land located within 50 feet of the western property line. So I think this one has quite a few issues. First, the height of our berm is not static, as you all know, right? The grade of this property starts to rise up a little bit as we get out to where the dancers are keeping their property. So there will be no retaining wall as we move north. So I think we would need to remove the 5 to 6 foot retaining wall. That wall will be to the height as required to get out of the groundwater, essentially. Okay, so that's the first sentence. A 6-foot privacy fence will be installed and maintained by the developer and subsequently by the HOA on top of the retaining wall. So developer will install that fence, but when the lot is sold to the homeowner, it will be their fence.
Right.
Okay, and then said retaining wall and privacy fence may be removed upon development of the land located within 50 feet. We're fine with that. I think that dovetails with number 2. So with that, I know that's very confusing, but I think in summary, we're fine with their additions to 1 and 2, and I think 3 could just be stricken totally.
Okay. Anybody got questions of the applicant at this time? Well, this is your only time, so.
Yeah, this is the window.
Yeah, and then Ryan, as our floodplain guy, did you want to speak to anything that was spoken about tonight?
Absolutely. So I want to state that I've done some quick Google Earth calculations back here. So they're approximate, but it appears that there's only 4.5 acres of this entire property that are located within the floodplain. And all of that is located in the area where the larger acres are. So in my opinion, as your floodplain manager, it meets the intent. They don't have densities that are larger than 1 unit to the acre in this anywhere that there's a floodplain. In fact, most of that floodplain is on the 2 lots that are being retained by the dancers, which are, if I understand correctly, those are 5-acre lots. So the only other area that there is a tiny portion of floodplain is all entirely within the Phyllis Canal there that kind of comes up on the north side of the property, 2/3 of the way to the right. So from a floodplain manager's perspective, they are meeting the intent of our code. There was talk that this is mostly in the floodplain. That is an incorrect statement, as we're talking less than 10% and probably closer to 5%, because like I said, it's 4 to 4.5 acres total that's in the floodplain.
And I just want to clarify something with you. So they're going to elevate the property to the is the base flood elevation. What's that called?
Yeah, the base flood elevation.
Base flood elevation. We require the first floor to be 2 foot above that, correct?
Correct.
Versus what FEMA's is 1.5 feet.
FEMA doesn't put any requirement.
What was the requirement we had before? I mean, I thought there was like 1.5 feet or a foot by somebody that said that you had to be above that, but we exceed what the requirement is.
Ada County, Canyon County, a lot of the counties use a foot. Star, a lot of the other cities, use that 2 foot just as a protection for our citizens.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, and let's just be clear that only those areas in the floodplain have to meet that requirement. So the rest of the fill, in this area is mainly because groundwater is so shallow and it is, advantageous for future homeowners.
So when was the maps updated last?
Maps were last updated in June of 2020 is when the city started.
2020?
2020.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilwoman?
please. Thank you. So in our packet on, let's see, Sean, if you could bring it up, it's page 55 or it's the second page of the preliminary plat. Let's see, existing conditions. I just want to make sure I understand. Thank you, Ryan, for your clarification, but so what is the difference between the flood zone X and AE?
Do you want me to handle that?
I could take a stab, but
All
he's the
right.
pro.
Basically, FEMA doesn't regulate anything in the Zone X. All FEMA's regulations come to Zone AE, which is basically, a lot of people call it the 100-year floodplain. It's kind of a misnomer because it's actually the 1% chance floodplain. The Zone X, also known as a 500-year floodplain, FEMA doesn't require us, and our city code does not put any stipulations on development in that Zone X area.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I was looking at that existing and you had it on there X and AE, and there was some areas that in that X that there was a few homes in the west side or no, the east side that were denser. And so, but that is more of the 500-year flood level that FEMA, we don't have anything in our code. And are you bringing in more fill for this area too?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Salmonson. So the concept behind this project with the ponds is to try to use as much on-site material as possible. But we will have to bring in fill as well.
And so would that area be lifted up a little bit?
Yes, primarily, yeah, that's correct.
And then, we did have someone comment about the truck traffic and the bringing in all that fill every 12 minutes, a truck coming in. Did you want to say anything about that?
Sure. Councilmember Salmonson, we have our engineers here who can provide some more context too, but we feel like the calculations in the preliminary plan are fairly accurate. We believe we'll need about 300 cubic yards of fill on this property over the 6-year development span. So kind of doing the math and, days, working days, we think it's more like 25 trucks per day. So 2 to 3 per hour.
Okay. And then talking about the traffic, if we're I want to make sure, so all of that construction traffic would be going using Star Road? Is that correct? And then down Joplin and then into the neighborhood?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember Salmonson, we would like the ability to use all of the roads all the public roads available to us except for Joplin west of Canada. So we would use Canada north-south.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
And again, our traffic engineers again can speak to this, but they feel like that is an actual better, safer solution to create circulation and also not route all of the traffic to the east, which is where there are existing residential developments.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Sorry. That's all I got for.
That's all you got?
What do
You
you-
got any questions, guys?
I just wanted to clarify that if you could work with the fire on that road, that's goes down to the dog park, I guess, and make it a walk path or whatever until it goes through. It's just a waste of a road to me. And I think that that's just going to cause problems for the neighbors down the road till it's needed. The ditches and stuff needs to be talked about, and you need to be ready for that. I'm sure they're trying to figure that out as well. As far as the density on the east end of this property, the gentleman that said pump the brakes, we did pump the brakes 6 months ago. So I think we've addressed that part of that, in my opinion. Just to be clear, I guess that I wanted to just say that out loud because we did lower the density significantly from 6 months ago to accommodate the Phillips and their cows. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Okay. Any further questions of the applicant? Okay. Anything further?
Final
sir?
thing, Mayor Chadwick,
Right.
if Councilmember Wheelock's concept about a bollard or something to restrict the eastern portion of that collector is something that the council supports, and that works its way into a motion, I would just ask that that be sort of subservient to ACHD, just because,
Yeah, they'll have to approve it.
yeah. But we'll work to make it happen.
Okay.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
There was also a question about the pond slope and the angle of it potentially not being safe. Could you speak to that?
Mayor Chadwick, Councilmember
Or-
Selmanson, I'm not sure that it was a comment about it not being safe, but that it would, the slope near the edges would encourage like riparian growth essentially of like plant life. We plan to essentially make the borders of this pond into a beach, like that's accessible. So the ponds will be aerated. The HOA will maintain, the edges of the pond. We're not concerned about like plant life.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Solomon, there was some talk about the stability of the slope of the pond. I want to weigh in on that as well. I'm taking my floodplain manager hat off and I'm putting my engineer hat on. I want to let you know that a lot of the ponds throughout Star, including the ponds in Freedom Park, after you get down to that first 5 feet, are at that 1.5 to 1 slope that was proposed for these ponds. So that's standard engineering practice. Once you get down in those gravels and I don't want to call it bedrock, it's not bedrock, but once you get deep in that floodplain, those stabilities are a lot more stable than you would see at the surface. So usually you'll see a 3 to 1 slope for the first 5 or so foot of depth, put a small bench out there, and then 1 to 1 or 1.5 to 1 is very standard in many of the ponds throughout Star.
That answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, it does. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Any further questions? Ms. Jennifer?
I think that was it.
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
It is 9:53. We're going to close the public hearing and go to council deliberations.
That was a lot of information and conditions that we just, hopefully somebody captured.
Sean's capturing those.
Yeah. All right. No, yeah. Overall, I think that this application here, it matches our comprehensive plan and our south of the river plan. I appreciate the design elements, the changes that they brought in with the barn type pool structure and signage and the entryway, reduce the density, have the pathways. We are living in a city. I hate to see the farmland, the ranching go away. But we live in a developing city, and people are moving here. And, we have to plan for this urban growth. And I think that this type of a project, this application, it meets our plan, what STAR is. So that's what I will add. That's what I'll start. Anybody else?
Okay. Anybody?
Will.
Say it.
You'll move to a motion. It's like I said, I'm happier with the buffer they created on the east side, fencing, fire resistant. I still think that's as close as you're gonna get to a working model for a farm to subdivision fence. It's something that I for sure like to see all the details that they've put into the development agreement. Is that correct, Sean?
It'll come back to you during an ordinance.
Okay, so that all that's in there. It is gonna be fun. Working with the Phyllis Canal, I think there's challenges that are unique to that canal versus some others that have run through our city. Those are the keys that I like, is the stuff we've seen adjusted versus the old plan. I like all the aesthetic stuff, that's fine, but how it functions with the neighbors is still important to me. And it's a tough balance between land rights of those that have the land and land rights to those that have land left next to it. So I don't know what the right answers are, but I think we're getting closer to reality as long as the development agreement is maintained correctly.
Okay, anything further? I just want to mention this. And we haven't really mentioned much about the South of the River Plan. In 2020, we had several hundred citizens in the city of Star, before we had this incredible growth, put together a master plan with a consultant for this entire area. And I heard, comments about estate residential and stuff like that. And at that time, this is what the residents said that they wanted, along with the staff that's on there. And this is meeting the intent, just like the other houses and stuff that are in that area are meeting the intent of that South River Plan. I think that just needs to be put on the record, because it was a pretty extensive plan, and it took some time, and we've all are seeing this thing grow. Yeah, probably 1,000 people probably made comments on that whole thing. Yeah. So more comments, motions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey?
before I make anything, I do like the fact that they brought this back with lesser density. I do like the fact they brought this back without clustered homes. I do like the fact that the owner has got a special section just for him and his family. I think that's very important. And what I don't like is about this job, two things. One, I've never been a big fan of telling you what to do with your property, but yeah, I've been doing it for like over a decade. And two, I hate when it gets 10 o'clock in these meetings. he drives the roads at 5:30 a.m. I drive them at 5:15. So, yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be cranky. The conditions that have been added, I think, are very important. I think there's going to be a lot of work with the ditch company. Also, the traffic concerns are always a concern. They've been a concern. But when I see from the Compass report and from the other reports that we had at State of the City, as a matter of fact, he's talked about these things. And infrastructure will never go as fast as you want it to. It just won't. It can't. I wish it could, but they would need a source of income that does not exist. It has to come from the impact fees that are collected off this and also the proportionate shares that we collect to help aid STAR traffic concerns. And we've used it before in widening roads. So the roads are widening, the bridges will happen. Highway 16, believe me, I want that to work as fast as possible. I pass that every single day to and from. And yeah, if the traffic's bad, it always is. And you want to ride with me and hear me swear, you will. My wife said I do it way too much, but what does she know? I was a Marine. So with the conditions that have been stated and established in this meeting, which include the three that have been, the one that has the third additional one, that retaining wall, I'm going to agree with the developer that it needs to be, lack of better terms, graduated. But
I've got it rewritten with the two attorneys agreeing on the wording for that number 3. So we'll include that in the.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw you writing down every single change.
We'll include that. I'm going to have to go back through and listen to the minutes to get the conditions, and then we'll bring them back to you for adoption. I'll work with both representatives to make sure that we're all on the same page before we bring those back. So your motion with the conditions that are on the record should be sufficient.
Okay, so the motion is the conditions. So I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we approve this project with the conditions as stated in the packet and the conditions that were brought forth in this meeting and revised as captured by Sean.
And I would apply them to the development agreement so it lives on.
Yes, and also that common lot area.
Oh, yes, make a condition on that one western boundary by the Claytons to make that a common lot.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna try to work with both representatives to see if we can
Well, we need to put that.
clean that up. But
Motion.
I'll have it
It's
in
in there. I just added it.
have it in the motion with the understanding that if I can work with them to try to clear that up so it's not such a nightmare in 30 years when we actually try to do something with it.
Yeah, our time capsule will be open 5 years by then. Holy cow. So
Chris has a comment here, sorry.
I was just going to confirm. I think the motion contains the condition subject to staff working out the specific language with the representative parties.
Okay.
So,
and, I'm still, and also to accommodate Councilman Wheelock, I'd like you to work with ACHD on that road that goes to the dog park. If it can be bollarded, then bollard it until it's needed. If it can become a walkway, fantastic. If not, understood. I believe that captures all the conditions.
Okay, Councilwoman, you're going to make a comment?
the entry point, as that classified as a collector road?
I think, do they have to follow what ACHD says on that? Yeah.
Okay, all right. For all of that, okay, all of ACHD.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a, huh?
Yep, I think that.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Someone's got a second. or
I'll
the motion-
second.
Okay. We have a motion, and a second by Councilwoman Solomon. Any further discussion? Here, none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomonson.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute, yeah, we have to, a 5-minute facilities recess, and then we'll be back in here at 10, we'll say 10:10 to finish the hearings tonight. back there. Shelley, you ready? All right. It's 10:09, and we're going to continue our hearings tonight. We got 6B. We have poor Michelle's been here since early this morning. Going to be here. We're going to do an appropriations amendment so we can move on with our audit.
I've only been up since 3 o'clock this morning, got here at 6:30, so whatever.
There you go. All right.
And I don't even know what I'm supposed to be saying, so.
So basically, we just need it. So we are doing an amendment to our appropriations. I think it's 2 million and something.
2,585,000.
For last fiscal year, because we had the purchase of the property that we had to add into this.
We've also got, with increased building permits and expenses, necessary expenses, that's warranting us to increase this budget.
So what's that dollar amount again? We're doing the increase?
The increase is 2,585,000.
Even?
Yes.
And Shelley, can I ask you a question? When we do an approval on this, is it just that amount or is it the new total? Okay, all right. So when we do a motion to approve this, we're amending it by this amount of the 232?
2 million.
So we need a motion, unless you guys have questions. You have questions on it?
No, makes perfect sense.
All right. So make a motion on that. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we,
Hang on a sec. Chris. It's a public hearing, right?
Right. So
Okay.
did we open and close the public
I
hearing?
got to open it. Yeah, sorry. I forget about that on this. We don't do these very often. So 10:11, we're going to open the public hearing. We'll start over with this. And Michelle will tell us what we are doing on this. Yeah, sign-in sheets for it? Nobody? So Michelle, just tell us again, since we opened the public hearing.
Okay. So the proposed amount for the increase would be 2,585,000 to cover necessary expenses and the purchase of the additional property that we
That we did in August. All right.
all right,
And then do we have anybody sign up? Nobody signed up. Okay, so it's 10:11. I'm going to close the public hearing and then go to council deliberations and vote.
all right. Well, I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we approve this appropriation amendment for FY 24-25 in the amount of $2,585,000.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second by Councilwoman Solomon. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomon.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 7, action items. We need to dispense with the rules for these, for approving the ordinance for the appropriations amendment that you just approved.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey.
I move to introduce and dispense with the rules on ordinances. Both. We can do them both at the same.
Yeah, we can do them both. We can dispense with both of them at the same time right now.
425-2025, appropriations amendment, and ordinance 426-2025, the sellers at Rivers Edge annexation. Move that pursuant to code.
Can you pull those up, Sean?
So I move that pursuant to code Idaho Code Section 5902, the rule requiring an ordinance to be read on these 3 different days with one reading being full be dispensed with, and that ordinance numbers 425-2025 and 426-205 be considered after reading once by title only.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hershey, a second by Councilman Wheelock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomon.
Okay, that motion carries. Now we have to do each individual ordinance by themselves.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey.
I move that we approve ordinance number 425-2025, an ordinance to be termed the appropriation amendment of ordinance of the city of Star, Idaho for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024 and ending on September 30, 2025, adjusting the appropriated sums of money to the amount of $2,585,000 to defray unanticipated necessary expenses and liabilities of the city of the city of appropriations are made in the amount appropriated for each object and purpose, providing a publication and providing an effective date.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion by Councilman Hershey, excuse me, and a second by Councilwoman Solomon. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Simonson.
Aye.
All right, we got 3 ayes. That motion carries. On the item 7B, approving the ordinance for the sellers at Rivers Edge annexation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Wheelock.
I move that we approve ordinance 426-2025, sellers at Rivers Edge annexation. An ordinance and dispense with, do I have to dispense?
No,
with
he
it?
already dispensed with them, so we're
So
just
I can
approving
just
it.
read it.
Yep.
An ordinance annexing and zoning a certain real property located in Star Canyon County, Idaho, more specifically located at 6926 Highway 44, Star, Idaho, Canyon County, parcel R 340170000. The parcel is owned by Denise and Scott Smith, establishing the zoning classification, the annexed property as general commercial with development agreement C2DA of approximately 2.43 acres, directing that certified copies of this ordinance be filed as provided by law, providing for related matters and providing for an effective date.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Wheelock. Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
Sorry, just caught this. There is one typo. 1, 2, 3, and the fourth whereas, it says the public hearing was held on August 20th. It should be August 19th.
Okay, we'll correct that. All right. Any further comments?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Simonson.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Move on to item 7C, action item for the Liberty Hall Event Center Construction Manager, General Contractor, contract with Benetton Construction. 2 weeks ago, I think it was, 2 weeks ago, you approved Benetton as the #1 selection, and we were to negotiate a contract. We have a contract in place with them. The amount in there is going to be adjusted after the bids are all opened, so you're going to see an addenda to this. Chris has reviewed it, and I think you're good with it, right? Yep, he's good with it. So we're asking for the council to approve the contract. The intent is for Benetton, once this is approved, is to get it out on the market to be bid here probably in November, with a start date in December, and anticipated completion date of September 25th.
Is that with the anticipated teeth if it's not?
Yes, there's liquidated damages that are built into that, yes. I think it's $1,000 a day, I think. $1,000 a day for the construction, and then on $500 a day for subs, also for not getting submittals in on time.
Sounds like they'll finish on time then.
We have a motion?
I make a motion, we approve this contract with Bennington.
Okay, Councilman Hershey made a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hershey, second by Councilman Wheelock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Simonson.
That motion carries. Thank you. After a long night, appreciate everybody staying. It is 10:18. We're at the end of our meeting. We are adjourned.
In the last 8